Yo, yo, yo. What is up, guys? How are we doing? What is good, my fam? What up, what up? Give me 1 second here. Just getting settled in. What else we got? I'm looking for things that are moving with high volume right now. Oh wait, that's after hours. Pre-market. No volume there. What is that? NVD. No, what the hell's the name of that? INVI. Or is it IVVD? That's what was going on. Okay. That's not up nearly as much as what I thought it was. Okay. And TOVX. I'm looking for things that I want to Ortex at the moment. Lucy and Go EV. I'm an idiot. I didn't look at that percentage. Watch for that pop. RSI is a 52 and it's above MACD on DOMA. It's DOMA. %18 short on Coinbase. Utilization backed off yesterday, though. Yesterday was at 100. Coming down on Bitcoin. RSI on Bitcoin is a 22. Double bottom potential here on TOVX. We're going to want to see Bitcoin lift. Remember, Powell speaks at 9:30, though, so, I mean, a lot of this pre-market action could be null and void as soon as he opens his mouth. Son getting smoked. Go EV's on threshold. Cost to borrow average is about 75%, and it is only 80% utilized at the moment. Wow. I mean, I don't know about you, but I like to buy dips and sell rips. Yeah, I'll give you that Ortex in a second. The short on Son is 10.5. Utilization is 52. All right, you want GTBP? GTBP. Cap is only 11.7 mil. %89 of the companies for sale. It's at a low short score. Its utilization is only a 7, and it's only 0.7% short. But because of how low the cap is, that could fill out very, very quickly. What are the holders of this? All right, Vanguard and BlackRock are 2 of the top 3. And then Armistice is in there as well. State Street's in it. Jane Street, FMR. Citadel. Oh, yeah. I want to look at Snap real quick. You're the man. Appreciate it. I appreciate you hanging out. Guys, remember on Snapchat above 1221, I believe it is. That's when we get to like Gap City. I'm as real as it gets. I try. Alright, just scrolling this, looking for Ortex targets still. RSI and Bitcoin's at 29. What else we got? MBOT is going to look attractive here at some point. Let me go ahead and pull that data. I mean, it's already attractive, but there's a lot of hype about it. And with it being down as much as it was, it could offer a decent entry. It's reading with only 15,000 shares available to short. 4% short, 61.25 utilization. I just want to see what this screen looks like. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'm kind of liking this screen. Alright. With holders of them, but. Okay. Armistice, Vanguard, BlackRock. State Street's in there. Renaissance is in there. Morgan Stanley, BNY. Any golfing on Bitcoin? Wow, Mullen's sliding right now. That's wow, wild. Watch for Doma to bounce in between the 48 and the 200. It might come down to the 200, but with the way that it was bought up, I would kind of expect a retrace at some point. Wow, Mullen. At some point, this is going to offer a really good retrace buy. When, I don't know, but most likely at some point here soon. Bitcoin trying up through the 48. VRM. Wow, Mullen's still sliding. Mullen's still on the slide. Oh, is that the retrace? It's going to be right. You know what? That might be a supply zone. Not financial advice. Wonder if it's gonna pop up off that. Looks like it wants to. Come down to towards the 200 on Doma. Volume kind of dried up here. Load. %15 short on VRM. So get Carvana quick. $62.5 short on Carvana. As a Bandoma. It's either going to bounce or give up all of its gains right here. Bitcoin's RSI is 56. It's trying to cut through the MACD right now. Last news was a 670 price target, and it's currently trading at 67 cents. Down 30%. Heads up on Mullen. Mullen's going to get froggy here, I think. Bitcoin towards the VWAP. Again, guys, a lot of these charts really don't mean anything though until Powell speaks. Just saying. A lot of them don't really matter until Big Man takes the stage. San also might spin here with Bitcoin. Looks like we might get a little bit of a reversal there. Dow futures are up 0.6. Well, 0.63. S&P is up 1.15. And NASDAQ is up 1.65. And Matt showing up 5.2 right now. Oh, I forgot to look up Lucy. Shit. $8 million cap only. Only 30% of the companies on float. I know Frank's on his way to Miami today, I believe, in order to go ahead and chalk down a deal with Lucy. They're 11% short on 68% utilization. They were trading at 92 cents at one point yesterday. Is he going to hold? Let's get this off screen. Ooh, hard down. On track is all of a sudden up 9.5 at like volume. Late volume. IRNT trying to curl up again. Oh, ooh. What are you doing, Mole? That could be stop loss something though. And Matt just chilling underneath the 200. San might be trying to curl. Nice little green. Alright, let's see. Netflix after hours went up another 1.5%. Wild. San finished with super trend. San trying a view up. Any recommendations on making money today? Remaining cool, calm, and collected. Any good DD going around? Well, I bought a bunch of C3 AI yesterday, and it did come down back towards like where I bought it. Look at this. Look at the data on it, and this is something where like I'm just DCAing and holding for like as long as I don't know, as long as I can. It's like 35% short. I mean, you get a retracement play potentially at Mullen, but I mean, there was another one yesterday that was down a shit ton. That I thought was Ride. I wonder what's going on with Ride. Let's actually pull that up. Remember, Ride is a Chapter 11 play. I think that you'd be late to it after, no, yeah. You, I mean, I guess not with where it closed at, but I mean, I called this out first thing in the morning yesterday, so like you'd be kind of late on it. I really like AI though. I'm just DCing the shit out of AI. Oh, HYZN still on the top of the or towards the top of the list. I mentioned this on the space on Friday, and then yesterday it ran 25%. Cipher is mining. They are on the top shorted list, and if they're gonna move with Bitcoin, it could be interesting. Bitcoin's headed hard down though right now. Sends, interesting. A young EV manufacturer just made a big announcement to help pursue its efforts to supply delivery vehicles to Walmart and others. The company, which began testing vehicles late last year with the retail giant, raised additional capital on Monday by selling new shares to institutional owners. The new shares sold to investors at a discount in a direct offering and will net 52.5 mil. The startup, which was founded in 2017 as a customer, and touts Walmart as a customer, has burned through cash lately as it moves to ramp to production. Yeah, and obviously it's down. Okay. And they have warrants at 130. Going down even harder. Come on, Bitcoin, bring us back. Bring us back. Bear with me. Come on. Come here, girl. Good girl. Right. Go. My bad. C3A. Oh, interesting. C3AI got a signal. C3AI never gets signals. QBTS got a short squeeze signal as well. We've been on that since like before with the short squeeze. Wow. What is up with this? It's on Toronto. Talal, you're in Canada. Look at GIP. At least I would if I were you. And R. Wow. See a lot of upside potential on some things that we like. ENVX, short squeeze. We hit that yesterday too. AI chilling at VWAP. What's up, Don? So, okay, so the AREB was going to buy back in. That looks like they did an offering or something. See, I just don't trust AREB, to be quite honest with you. One of the homies on here was, like, he was balling, dude. Like, he was playing with a lot of money, and he lost 400,000. No, he lost, I think he put $400,000 into it, and I think he lost 200,000 or something like that. Maybe it was like 250, and I felt so bad for him. And he got in it against, like, I don't know. Like, he asked me to look at it. I told him how I felt about it, and then he ended up losing a bunch of money. And yeah, I don't know. I just don't trust the ticker sense. Um, it's a type 1, right? I just want to make sure that I'm not. The fuck? EPS type 1. Yeah. Chad, what's up, brother? San, coming up to VWAP. AI is at VWAP as well. No way, man. Yeah, he took a lot of really risky trades. He owns a pizza place now in California. So he hasn't been on the channel in a minute. But yeah. I just like it was around the time when they bought out that safe company, AREB. It was around that time, and he went balls to the walls with fucking like 400K and lost like a good portion of it. I don't know. I can't trust a company like that. As much as I like TBLT, I don't trust their ownership. You know what I mean? So it's just like it's a rough one. San still just underneath VWAP. Getting nice and tight there on C3, forming a pennant. Heads up on Mullen. Watch the reversal, guys. Like, you guys know how I feel about Mullen, but you could make good money scalping Mullen. Here and there. However, remember, Powell speaks in a half hour. I just want to go ahead and be very, very clear about that. So a lot of this chart movement across the board, it's really not going to matter until Powell comes on. Good morning. I made my kids' lunches, came back, and my son was down 27%. Must have done an offering or something. So you grabbed another 4,000. Does anyone have any news on Son? Insiders just bought 98,000. Yeah, 2.25 million direct offering. Direct is always better than just a shelf offering, though. At least in my opinion. Are we gonna lose it here on Bitcoin? Hope not. I'm gonna go to just give me 1 second while I try to get Powell up and live. I want to make sure that he's like, or my screen's ready to go as soon as he is. There we go. Okay. Come on, SOX, I'll pop that. My phone's going insane here. Jesus. Cute. Oh, oops. Hopefully that. See how that's just getting growing higher lows other than this hard down. It could just be eating supply, trying to form a bottom, grabbing support off that stuff right there. Very well could be what it is. AI is filling out the pennant. Lucy. Yeah, and they're about to sign Frank in order to go ahead and represent them, too. Oh, ENVX with a Type 2 and a Type 3. That was a great call out yesterday. There's like no risk on this. What the fuck is it? DRX. It's London. Okay. Palt on the buy list now. That went 30% yesterday. Congrats if you guys hit this. We called this. Well, this was mentioned at like $1 and something. It's currently at like 3 something. Plug with the buy signal. They have an event today. Scroll. Scroll. RSI got down to a 10. Oh, 10 to 20. Let's see. Be on the New York Stock Exchange. It's Toronto as well. Wow, the cap is reading as only 33.5 mil. That's wild. That's so wildly undervalued in my opinion. Holy smokes. Like, didn't they just pay 30 million for Converge? Throwing that out there. Key's trying to work its way back. %93 utilization, just under 7% short, 30,000 shares to borrow on Interactive Brokers. So 12 days earlier than today would be the 16th, right? So they are well in control of us. Do we have any upticks? Not too many. Oh, boy. Oh, it's an ECB forum. That's what it is. On central banking. Maybe they will talk about crypto. RSI on Bitcoin is currently 832.8. Q's towards the 48. San pretty much on top of UOP, as is C3. Wait a minute. Why do I have no Bitcoin drawings? That doesn't make any sense. Did I click on the wrong one? Yeah, I did. Okay. That was weird for a second. Wait, there's still no drawings. Okay. That had me thrown off. Alright, we want to get back on top of that GAN fan level. ASAP. trying to hold on to 30K right now. Hard down on Qs. Hopefully Bitcoin battles back for us. We shall see, right? I'm mad, 4% up. Mo's on a deep dive. Coinbase kind of hurts right now. She's a grinding lower. I mean, it had a great day yesterday, though, so really can't ask for much. See how bad Mullen is. Mullen trying to bottom. Maybe. I'd consider rebuying it, actually. If I was scalping it, I would buy it again right there. But that's only if I was scalping it. I mean, it just looks like Bitcoin's trying to come back. Q's trying to bounce up. I guess that would be my only reasoning. Let's see. 9:09, about 21 minutes. Overstock went for another 5% in after hours. Brigetti went for another 3.7 in after hours. OEV, ouch. Okay, so there's a gap on GoEV. Grab some long-term plus last week. Coin, Hood, and Amazon looking good so far. That a boy. Coinbase and AI have been like really propping me up, to be quite honest. Really propping me up. And the whole thing about Robinhood, we actually had a discussion about this yesterday, Don. Like, so many people talk shit on Robinhood, including myself, but how many retail investors still use Robinhood? You know what I mean? That's why I don't know. It seems interesting under $10. It seems like the risk reward could be there, but what do I know? CXAI and about 9:30. Joby's up 7% in pre-market here. Joby's climbing nicely. So if Joby's gonna move like this, watch out for EVTL. Watch out for oh, what the hell was the name of that other one? So watch out for like Givo. Like fuck. And then obviously the EVTL warrants if it gets high enough. What's up, kid? How you doing? Bitcoin at the 48. Yeah, I'm ready for TRK to drop news as well. Did Joby catch news? Is that why it's up? Joby receives FAA nod to begin flight testing. Oh, snap. That's big for Joby. No. Mom, I know you messaged Top, but there's like really not much that I could say about Top because A, it's Chinese. B, like their finances might be all over the place. Here, let's check out their website. Let's see what their website looks like. I don't speak Mandarin, so I can't look at their website. Wait, oh, wait, hold on a second. We can translate. Okay, we can translate. Here we go. It's not giving me dates on their news. Here we go. So their last news on their website was from October of last year. On Halloween. There's really just not much to like talk about regarding it. See the 4 hour? I mean, the 4 hour looks like it might be trying to base. After that nice slide. Let's pull up a daily. On the daily, you are in resistance. You are in support right now. I'd be looking at like 570 to 560 in that area. If not there, you might get some about F5. If you don't catch it at 5, I mean, you might be in trouble down to like 430. 437 is what I'm seeing, actually. 436. And that's just purely from a charting perspective because they're not putting out news. I see a potential pennant forming on a 5-minute. It looks like at open it's gonna break the pennant. But I mean, you guys know how pennants work. I mean, it's gonna either break it up or down. We have no idea which. Mullen's still dropping. Joby, nice cup. VS now up 7%. Joby, what are you doing? Remember, they did just receive FAA clearance. It's a big deal. I wonder if EVTL's getting anything behind it. Alright. Bitcoin going for the 1348 there. Joby's reaching. Open, slightly green. Snapchat is pretty much orange. Joby going for the day high. Coinbase making a move up towards the 200. Bitcoin going for that 1348 right now. Still underneath the 200. We just filled that gap on Coinbase. Joby stretching. Coinbase hard up. They just try to gap Joby up as well. Is it a gap on Coinbase? I hope not. There's a little gap on Coinbase. Son of a bitch. Son, super turn up. Remember, follow the blue line though, guys. Blue lines are what matter. Uh, 3 minutes. Well, 2.5 if you have to go to the bathroom, grab a coffee, whatever. 2 minutes. I'm mad up 3% still. FFIE showing up 2%. My Go EV is hurting. Trying to fend off a death cross right now. Oh, yeah. Still that gap. So it'll work its way to first. Wow. Mullen's down 9% now. Still trying to spin. That could be a really nice scalp. But SOXL. SOXL. Alright, let's get it, guys. Good luck to everyone. SOXL hard up. San, right to VWAP. IRNT is already up 8%. Hit volume though. Look at SOXL. Coming right back. San right to VWAP. Lucy up 3.5. TVLT up to, well, up 3%. Back over 30 cents. CXAI to 950. Alright, gap filled on Go EV. Very good. It could turn around whenever the hell it wants to now. Come on. SOXL coming back down. Right back down to VWAP on SOXL. Coinbase going for gold cross right now. Do you feel that gap? Doesn't look like it. It looks like there's still a little bit of a gap on Coinbase. Powell still isn't talking, by the way. I'm gonna go ahead. Let me try to Google this again. Just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. No, he didn't start yet. Okay. Coin crossing 70. Coinbase. What are you doing, baby? Coming up to a fib line. C3 back to VWAP in the 200. C3 looks ready. Bitcoin, nice push. Go EV, engulfing back. Just remember that there's a gap to the bottom side of Coinbase, please. Joby now up 13%. RSI and Bitcoin to 60. Joby reaching again. Still waiting on Powell to start speaking here. Sticks is up 4%. Wow, Mullen slid even more. Joby stretching. Carvana up. VRM also headed up with Carvana. Joby fighting for that high of the day. It's not on, what's it called? It's not on, I'm not seeing it here.
I want you to take a quick...
Can you send me a link? Because like I'm trying to find it and like ECB live. Oh wait, here we go. I just found something. Is this it? No. The Fed live video. Let's see. It's from today. No, that's from the press conference 21 minutes ago. Is it? Hold on a second. Joby up. I have an idea on how I can get it.
To bring inflation back
There we go.
to institutions'
C3
2% goals. And is it possible to do so without creating a recession? Ladies and gentlemen, The members of our next panel will bear a great deal of responsibility for bringing inflation back down to 2, and not only that, but keeping it there. Sarah Eisen, the closing bell anchor at CNBC, will be moderating this session. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you so much, Claire. And let me just say, as a business and financial journalist who started out in foreign exchange, this is pretty much as good as it gets. So thank you for having me.
Joby up again.
Talking to the big four today. And what I love,
up 18%
I'm excited
now.
for this conversation because it's always fun when everybody's in different places and going at different speeds and maybe disagreeing.
DRM trying to push
if
up.
you dare to do so today. So thank you all. President Lagarde, I'll start with you as the host of this meeting on the view from
Mullen
Europe.
down
I'm
to 12
curious
cents. Ouch. Holy
where
shit.
all of you are in terms of this policy path. We've certainly seen a fight against inflation. You've been very clear that there's more work to do. How much more?
Thank you so much, Sarah. It's very nice having you in this closing moment. And I'll take this opportunity to thank all the contributors, those
Watch
who have
C3AI.
prepared
C3AI looks
papers,
jumpy.
those who have worked with the presenters and all the panel members. It's been really, really a rich conference, and I want to thank you. So, as far as the European Central Bank is concerned and the Eurosystem at large,
Coinbase
we
slowed
have
down.
covered a lot of ground. We have increased our interest rates by no less than 400 basis points in very short order, less than a year, and we still have ground to cover. And I think that, as I said earlier on, we are data dependent. We will decide on a meeting-by-meeting basis, but we know that we have ground to cover. And if our baseline stands, then we also know that we will very likely hike again in July.
What about September?
That I will not tell you, and for a very
CXAI
simple
is
reason
up almost
that I
5%
just
now.
mentioned,
Opens
we
up
are
7
data
already.
dependent.
Holy.
We'll
Can
decide
open.
meeting by meeting.
We're gonna open. It's going
And,
vertical.
You know, we'll tell you. For the September meeting, we will have received a lot more data, information, survey results, and it's going to be another projection meeting prepared by the staff of the ECB. So we will have a lot in our hands to make our decision then.
Governor Bailey, you surprised the market recently, raising interest rates by 50. You did a double. Why did you feel the need to do that?
Well, it really picks up on the theme that Christine has just developed. First of all, I mean, the UK economy has turned out to be much more resilient, and that's a good thing. I mean, there's many good aspects to that, but what goes with that resilience is signs of a very tight labour market, which is showing through
Bitcoin trying up. All the EMAs are in line, other than 200.
but also showing through. I mean, we've got an unemployment
Open,
rate of
slip
3.8%,
8.
which is historically right at the low end. So that resilience
Joby
is
has
coming through
18.
that way. But when we looked at again, to Christine's
Six up
point, when we looked at
4.
the data, because we too are being driven by
Pulse
evidence
is up
at
another
the moment,
almost 8%.
the cumulative data, both particularly on the labour market and on the inflation release we had,
Open
which to us
9%
showed
up.
clear signs of persistence,
Netflix is up 2.4%.
caused us to conclude that we had to make really quite a strong move at that point. It was justified.
VRM
My
to
own
141.
view on that was,
43.
if we were really of the view that we were going to do 25 and then we were really sort of baked in for another 25 based on the evidence we'd seen, it was better to do the 50. And then we will, as Christine said, we will be evidence driven. So we will wait for the next set of evidence for our next meeting, which, to Christine's point again, will also be one where we will have a full forecast.
Have you received a lot of flack for the move?
Ooh.
Well, I think at the moment I can understand why there are critics of us and central banks. We have a job to do. I'm very clear that our job, all of us are very clear, I think our job is to return inflation to
Aviation.
target.
I wonder if
We'll
this
do what
is running in
necessary.
sympathy of Joby.
I understand the concerns that go with that, but I'm afraid I always have to say that it is a worse outcome if we don't get inflation back to target.
Something I know you've all been saying. Chair Powell, you've said it many times, and yet you paused, but you're not calling it a pause, and you're not calling it a skip. So what are we calling it?
Well, first of all, Sarah, thank you, and Christine,
It's
thanks
news.
for hosting
Well,
us here.
Joby
in,
had
in
news
Sintra.
for sure.
So,
And they're in
what we're calling
aviation,
it is
so I'm
maintaining
wondering.
the level of the federal funds rate at its current level.
Yeah,
for
Joby receives FFA.
for this meeting. Thank you. And we did that, if you think about it, we've raised the federal funds rate by 500 basis points since a little more than a year ago. And
Pouring
we
a little
think,
cup there
so
on
we've come a
Coinbase?
long way. We also think that there's more,
Yeah, on
tightening
Joby, not
power
this
coming
stuff.
through. Really, policy hasn't been restrictive for very long.
This
We
is just
started
running in
at,
sympathy.
negative real interest rates, and we've now moved up to
This
where
is
we
what
actually
got
are
the
in
clear,
restricted
the FFA
territory,
clearance.
But we haven't been there very long. So we believe there's more restriction coming. And what's really driving it, to Andrew's point and Christine's as well.
This is what got
is a very
FAA
strong labor
clearance.
market. We've got a labor market that, where jobs are being created, there's strong wage gains, and that's driving spending, driving real incomes and driving spending, which is driving more demand and continuing to drive labor market. So the labor market is really pulling the economy. And my colleagues and I, as you will know, wrote down in our SEP 2 more additional rate hikes. The median was quite a strong majority, actually wanted 2 or more rate hikes. And the reason for that was, if you look at the data over the last quarter, what you see
That's
is
a double
stronger than
bottom?
expected growth,
C3.
a tighter than
Joby
expected labor market, and higher
is
than
inching
expected
higher.
inflation. So that tells us that although policy is restrictive, it may not be restrictive enough, and it has not been restrictive for long enough.
So I don't get why you didn't raise rates at the last meeting, especially, I think it was a surprise that it was a unanimous decision to hold rates steady,
Joby still going higher.
when you said a majority think that they still need to go farther on raising rates.
It's really just,
That's actually
as
a
you
good
get
question.
closer and closer to the goal, what we're aiming for is a stance of policy that's sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation down to 2% over time. As you get closer to that, you get closer to the place where the risks become more in balance. So, we did 4 75 basis point hikes in a row, starting in June of last year. In December, we moved down to 50. Then we did 3 consecutive 25 basis point hikes. So this is really just a continuation. We're going to move the decisions a little bit,
You see
make
at
them a little
4%,
bit with a
call
little
it
bit
up
more
about
time in
8
between
still.
them, in an effort to get more information from the data, to see how much restraint is really coming from these, through the pipeline, from rate hikes that we only made now, in many cases, 6, 8, 9 months ago. So that's why we did it.
So maybe in every other meeting hike.
We've not decided that. So, the only thing we decided was not to raise rates at the June meeting. We have not made a decision to go to that. It may work out that way. It may not work out that way, but I wouldn't take, moving at consecutive meetings off the table at all.
I'm trying.
Oh, your stock up
Governor
5.5.
Leda,
IRNT
first of
is
all,
up
it's
another
great to talk
12.
to you. We haven't heard much from you outside of your policy meetings in Japan. I think the world wants to know why you're the global outlier here. You have decided to maintain your easier monetary policy in the face of rising inflation. Why?
So a simple answer would be, although the headline rate of inflation is about 3%, which is well above the 2% inflation target, we think underlying inflation is still a bit
Open
lower
lifting.
than 2%. That's why we are keeping policy unchanged at the
8.8%
moment.
now.
Even though we've seen measures, including core, right, higher than the 2%
Yeah, the union
level.
core is also above 2%. But let's say, let's look at the rate of increase in wages, which is an important determinant of underlying inflation. It has risen, but is now running at around 2%. Now, if you want a 2% inflation rate, wage inflation that's consistent with that would be slightly or well above 2% if you assume productivity growth rate is positive. So there's still some distance to go, we think.
And as a result of your policy being different than all these policies of your colleagues, the yen has gotten very weak and continues to weaken by
That's
the
a double
minute.
bottom
Is
there
it
on
too weak?
C3 again.
Well, the yen
Open
is
lifting,
being
going
influenced by
for the
many
intraday.
factors other than
Wow,
our
Mullen's
monetary
down
policy,
to 11 cents, I'm
including the
seeing.
policies of
I'm blocked.
these 3 banks. So we'll see. We monitor the situation. very
Joby's up
carefully.
22. Open is up
Monitoring the
11
situation.
lifting.
Yes.
For intervention purposes.
No, it's the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Finance. Decisions on intervention.
President
Forex
Lagarde,
policy.
President Lagarde, how much would you like to see inflation moderate from these levels? Because we've already seen a nice moderation for you to feel comfortable taking a pause or potentially going the other way.
Well, this is not what we're considering at the moment, okay? But if I look back at what we've covered, inflation
trying
was,
up.
I think the highest reading we
Bitcoin's
had
trying to
was
come back.
10.3.
AI is lifting.
We are
Joby's
now at
reaching for
6.1
intraday highs again.
headline. Core has moved a bit down, but we are really looking at both headlines, which is the measurement that we have agreed in our strategy and that is visible for people.
Carvana's
the
at 4.5,
consumers of Europe,
almost
But we're
5%.
also looking at underlying inflation. And on that front, you know, we are not seeing enough tangible evidence of the fact that underlying inflation, particularly the domestic
Wow, look
prices,
at Mullen. Jesus
are
Christ.
stabilizing
Down
and moving
18%.
down. So we're looking at as many measurements as we can because we want to be in sufficiently
be double bottom
restrictive
now?
territory for long enough so that we are confident that we reach our 2%.
If I was
medium-term
YOLOing,
target.
I'd consider it.
Why is it so sticky, Governor Bailey? And why is your inflation rate higher than that of Europe?
Well, let me distinguish headline and core for a moment. So, with headline inflation, I do expect
only if
it
I
to
was in,
come
like, a
down
YOLO mood,
markedly
though.
this year, as we've been expecting for some time. And a lot
Fingers
of that
down
is to do
10%
with
to
the fact
350?
that the unwind of energy measures in the UK is on a sort of somewhat longer track, so that we will see some quite sort of discrete sort of jumps down in headline inflation in the UK throughout the rest of this year. And indeed, actually, you know, energy prices are now somewhat weaker anyway than we thought they would be even quite recently. So it's core that's the issue, just as Christine has said. Core is much stickier.
They just got a buy
I think
rating
I
6
come
days
back to
ago
the
to
labour
$5
market. Again, we
as
have
well.
a very, very robust labour market and strong labour market.
You guys know how I
in
feel
the
about
UK.
those ratings, though.
One of the striking things about the UK is that the size of the labour force is smaller than it was at the outbreak of COVID. So we have had a shrinkage of the labour force. We're seeing some reversal of that now, but we're still not back to where we were pre-COVID. So that is causing you know, the position in the labour market to be very tight. And I see this when I go around
Lucid
the
up
country
620.
talking to firms.
Lucid
because
up, vertical.
What they say to me very frequently is that their plan is to retain labour as much as they can, even in the event of a downturn, because they've been concerned and it's been difficult to recruit labour. So that's certainly taking place. So I would say there's a backdrop of a very tight labour market going on.
Is it Brexit related also?
Ooh.
I don't think Brexit is a part of that labour market story. I think a lot more of it is actually to do with, frankly, you know, the response to COVID. I mean, we've seen people. The UK is a little unusual in this respect. We saw people come out of the labour force during the COVID period. Other countries have tended to see that position reverse more quickly and more strongly than we've seen in the UK.
Governor Ueda, when it comes to the inflation path for you, I mean, I know you'd like to see it continue to rise from here, right? What would it take for you to really strongly consider abandoning the yield curve control and negative rates?
So we have a forecast or a projection of inflation path that looks like it's going to go down for a while toward the end of this year on declines in import prices, and it's spill over to domestic prices. And from there on, we are forecasting some increase in the rate of inflation into 24. But we are less confident about the second part. If we get
Snap.
if we become reasonably
That's
sure
a double
about the
bottom
second
right there.
part is going to happen, that could be a good
Well,
reason.
I mean, that could also be a cup looking
policy
for a
change.
handle.
If you see a steady increase.
If we are reasonably sure that the second part of the forecast is going to.
But didn't you learn from these three that inflation turned out to be not transitory?
Excuse me?
I mean, wasn't one of the lessons from the last year that inflation wasn't transitory and that there are some
Was
elements
not.
in it, was not?
Yeah.
And that there are some elements of it that are sticking and proving difficult to fight.
Right. So the second part is the sticky part, but it's still, as I said, we
Snapchat,
said
heads up.
less than 2%. We hope to make sure that it's going to go up to 2%.
Chair Powell, we've seen
Bitcoin
some progress
trying back
in
at
the
the
US.
48.
Certainly, if you look at the
200's
headline
out of the Sonic
CPI
Art.
from 9% down to 4%.
Open,
I know you're
looking like it
focused
wants
on
to lift.
core, but what would make you feel better about it, that you could remain on hold?
So the progress on headline inflation coming down is certainly welcome and ought to help keep inflation expectations anchored.
145
But I
IVRF.
think it actually helps to think about core inflation broken into three pieces. The first of which is goods inflation. And we've seen goods inflation coming down for 6 months now. And
IRNT
that's
is
because
up
supply chains
24%.
are improving, the shortages are more or less gone, and also because consumption is moving back to services and away from goods. So that part of the story makes sense. Housing services is the next piece, and between that and goods, you have a little bit less than half of the total index. And you see now the new rents that are coming in
Wow.
are
Mullen
at lower
11.5
increases
cents. It's
or no
pathetic.
increase.
I wonder if they're
And
going to try to
so
push them below 10
there's
cents.
significant
Try to break the
disinflation
10
in the
cent rule.
pipeline there, but it's going to take 12 months or 18 months to get there. The place where we haven't
Hey,
really
Mon.
seen much progress is in non-housing services, which is a little more than half of our core PCE inflation index, and that's, hotel services, travel services, food service, financial services, healthcare, those things. It's a generally very labor intensive. Some of it's quite cyclical intensive.
Positive
and some of
material
it's
7
not.
as well.
The point is, that's where we're not seeing a lot of progress yet, and the reason is that, or one explanation for it is that labor costs are really the biggest factor by far in most parts of that sector, and so what we need to see, we've seen a lot of signs of softening in the
still
labor
has
market, but it's
22%
just
up.
kind of beginning. We need to see a better alignment of supply and demand in the labor market.
Snapchat trying to push.
Some more softening in labor market conditions
Go
so
for
that
the intraday high.
inflationary pressures in that sector can also
Bitcoin.
begin to subside.
Are you surprised
Add
that
support
hasn't
resistance.
happened yet after 500 basis points of tightening already in a little over a year?
Yes, I think widely it's been surprising that inflation has been this persistent, but I think the bottom line is that policy hasn't been restrictive enough for long enough to start to see those effects. And the service sector is not especially interest rate sensitive, by the way, as opposed to, for example, the goods sector. So we wouldn't expect it to be the first to be affected, but we would
AI up,
ultimately
let's
expect
go.
as demand softens and as the labor market conditions go more into balance between supply and demand,
AI.
we would expect to see inflationary pressures subside in that sector as well.
Do you guys coordinate? Do you talk amongst yourselves?
Yeah, of course we do.
I mean, do you call before policy meetings?
Can I
Yeah,
just,
please.
I just want to follow up
Joby
on
lifting.
what Jay said, because I think
Open
he's
looks like it's about to
completely
lift as
right.
well.
And I think that this is what I call the catch-22 issue.
Yeah.
Where we have an expected catch down, where manufacturing eventually will align, or services will align on manufacturing, and that would be the logical consequence of the lag time that it takes for services to align with manufacturing, and to
Open up 11.
see
Looks like it wants to
prices
keep going for
go
more.
down in that sector.
Carvana's
The
up
catch
5
is that
and change.
of labor. Because it is,
CXAI
as
up
Jay
8%
said,
now. FRCB
labor-intensive.
12.
It's generally relatively
Joby at
low
24% right
productivity
here.
and low skilled jobs in those sectors. And also those jobs that are going to
ARC is
seek
up
the
6.5.
catching up with pre-COVID times.
Let's pull
And how
Carvana
that
quick.
catch
Carvana,
down,
nice
catch
trend.
up will be resolved is going to be critically important for where inflation is heading. Because if we see inflation going down in that service sector and movement of wages while increasing at a moderate pace, then we would be in a relatively good place.
Joby
But
trying to
that
go
is
vertical
totally
again.
question mark for the moment.
Yeah, it sort of raises the question, Chair Powell, about whether we need to see a much higher unemployment rate in the U.S., and we're all dealing with a tight labor market, to finally really break inflation.
Coinbase, potential double bottom right there.
The way we think
Big
about that
cut.
is that there seems to be a path still for labor market conditions to soften and for
Joby
demand and
going
supply to
vertical.
get back into balance without the kind of large
Tried
job
to.
losses that have happened in many
Bitcoin's
prior
gotta break
cycles.
up.
And the reason for that is the level of job openings that still exist in the labor market. So it's still set 1.7 job openings for every person who counts as unemployed. That has been coming down. Actually, the number of job openings has come down now by almost 2 million. And what you're seeing is
EVTL sympathy?
wage pressures are still high, but they're
figured.
definitely coming down. You're seeing surveys of workers and businesses suggest that the labor market is not as tight as it was a year or two ago. So you're seeing a job creation is beginning to come down. There are a number of
Yep.
indicia that would suggest that we're getting the softening that we need. We're getting it slower than we'd expected, but nonetheless, it's happening. So it's still a possibility there, but, you know, it's so uncertain right now.
Keep an eye on this today,
the
guys.
least unlikely case is that we do find our way to better balance without a
Keep
really
your
severe
eye on
downturn.
that.
I think there's a significant probability that there will be a downturn as well, though. But it's
Amazon's
not
up
to me the most
1.4.
likely case.
That's the hard landing scenario.
Or just this, I wasn't even thinking of hard landing. I was thinking of even a recession. To me, it's not
GWH
the
is up
most
another
likely
5.
case, but it's certainly possible. And of course, many forecasters do predict that.
Lucid up 4. Lucid still
Is
moving
Europe in
up.
recession, President Lagarde? I mean, we've seen 2 negative quarters of GDP.
Oh,
I don't know how
great
you define
question.
it,
I
but-
think the first quarter of 23 was actually completely flat, wasn't negative. So technically, I think you could argue that we did not see a recession, but it's stagnant, to say the least. And the
Bitcoin trying
the
back up on
expectations
trend.
for Q2, particularly in the industrial sector, if I look at PMI numbers, are not particularly. Are not giving us great hope
Lucid.
that there will be a strong recovery. We see a second half of 23 up from the first half. Certainly,
Bitcoin
but,
just off
but
to 200.
Moderate. We have a 0.9 forecast for the whole year.
Do you agree with Chair Powell? Do you think you can get away with this tightening cycle without dragging Europe into recession?
Our baseline does not include a recession, but it's part of the risk out there.
Are you willing to tolerate a recession?
Well, the interesting thing for us is that if you go back to last autumn,
Headed up towards the 200. RSI is a 58.
Quite a long but quite shallow recession. And the economy, as I said earlier, has turned out to be much more resilient so far. Now, I think you
FRCB is
could
up
sort of point to
15%,
a number of things that
14,
underlie
20.
that. One of the things I would point to is the fact that we've
Remember,
had a
this
very
is
sharp
OTC
fall in
now.
energy prices in Europe. And that obviously has helped with the whole question of the terms of trade shock that we've been having. It's done quite a bit to reverse that terms of trade shock, and that feeds through international income. So I'm not surprised that we've had this reversal in one sense. What was surprising, but actually very helpful, was that, of course, we did have this big fall in energy prices and a much better winter, frankly, than we thought we would have.
Sends double bottom
we're
off
going
the
through
bottom.
This year now in a more
Came back up
resilient
through the
position than
200
I
and the
expected.
48.
So we're not currently forecasting it, but obviously we have to watch it very carefully.
How's the Japanese economy faring? I mean, it's very exciting if you look at the Japanese stock market at a 30-decade high. What's happening fundamentally?
It's doing fairly well. I mean,
IoT 2665.
apart from the contribution from some inventory investment,
EVT. Is it really fucking
domestic
parabolic?
economy is expanding at a pace slightly above potential, I think.
I literally even tweeted
driven
about it. I
by
just didn't take it.
Pent-up demand. We relaxed pandemic-related restrictions
Up 8.
in May, and this is stimulating consumption and investment. There's also green GX, DX related
Nice.
business fixed investment taking place. So investment is fairly strong at the moment.
Coinbase
We
trying to
think
lift. AI is
the
trying to
economy
lift.
is going to expand at slightly above potential for some
VRM
for
crossing
some
over
time.
145.
But there's, of course, a lot of uncertainties going forward, including what may happen in Europe and the United States.
Bitcoin at
I
200.
asked if you guys coordinated or talked about monetary policy before. I mean, does that happen?
Coinbase headed up.
Should it be more coordinated? Because you're all doing different things right now.
Well, I mean, let's start. I mean, obviously what we don't do is say, what shall we do, what shall you do? Because we're all setting the monetary policy for our areas, and that's the law in all of our areas, actually, so we don't do that. But we do talk a lot, and I think it's important. I mean, it's important at all
Shit
times,
happens.
but it's particularly important in
I mean, you had a
recent
really
times at the
rough
moment
talk,
because we're
like a
facing
really
such
rough
big
call
global
there because of the
shocks.
fib lines.
We've got common shocks. They differ a little bit in terms of their impact and their effect, but there's some huge global events going on that are affecting all of us. So, I think we do talk quite a lot and we see each other quite a bit because it's important we do that. And, we share wisdom on how we're sort of interpreting the things that are going on around us.
I guess we are in a flexible exchange rate world.
C3.
So we do policies
Close to that
independently.
intraday high.
But of course, we exchange information, which is very, very valuable.
Do you think that, Governor Ueda, do you think that they are over-tightening?
This lady's asking good questions.
No, you don't. You approve of the policy. You've had a very tight labor market for a long time in Japan, even before COVID.
Carvana
Yes,
is up 8.
Demographic issues there,
Demographics is working in a way to tighten the labor market for quite a long while. And it's going to continue this way for a while.
I mean, the economic conversation, it gets into an interesting question, Chair Powell, where now we're wondering, you know, easier to fight inflation last year when the economy was doing better, but now that we're seeing signs of softness and weakness in manufacturing, and you mentioned the labor market starting to cool off, about overdoing it and the risk of overdoing it. Do you wonder about that, or you're still just focused on inflation?
Let me say, the U.S. economy has actually been quite resilient, and the data that
IoT,
we're
nice
still
little
seeing,
recovery
including
too.
since the last
Or a nice
meeting,
move, I guess I should
still
say.
is consistent with, with an economy that's resilient and growing, albeit at a modest pace. As I mentioned earlier, though, yes, there was no question. The first question was how fast should we go, and we went pretty fast, and we got to a level that we believe is restrictive. We're in restrictive territory. If you take the federal funds rate and you subtract, some forward-looking measure of expected inflation, you'll get a significantly positive real rate, meaning we're probably in restrictive territory. So, and I think we have steadily slowed the pace of our moves, and it's appropriate to do so for one reason, because the more information we get, the better decisions we'll make. The risks of doing too much versus doing too little become more in balance. I wouldn't say they're in balance yet, but they're becoming closer to balance. I still believe and the committee clearly believes that there's more work to do, that there are more rate hikes that are likely to be appropriate, though.
So you think the risk is still of doing too little and not getting control of inflation?
Yes, and of course
But inflation expectations are, I don't have to tell you, very well anchored.
No, but the thing with the risks is that there may be social costs associated with restoring price stability. The social costs of failing to restore price stability will be higher in almost all likely cases.
Snap.
We've seen what that
Nice
looks
move
like,
up.
and it's just something that we have to do. It's the one of the principal things that society counts on us to accomplish, and I think we all feel committed to accomplishing it. It is of course a good thing that inflation expectations have remained anchored all this time, but our understanding of inflation expectations is not a precise one, and the longer inflation remains high, the more risk there is that inflation will become entrenched in the economy. So we have to.
C3 AI looks like it's about to
lift.
lift.
Time is not our friend here.
Bitcoin came back down.
What about a higher inflation target? I know none of you want to talk about that, but on Wall Street, there's this idea that a lot of things are changing in our economy structurally. The onshoring of supply chains and chip plants and all of that is going to be expensive and could permanently create higher inflation rates. Couldn't it, President Lagarde?
Well, at this point in time, and given the fight that we lead against inflation, the yardsticks that there is, the strategy that we've agreed, the expectations that we have,
Open up
and the inflation
13.2.
targeting, as it has been said, there is no way that any of us, I think, would consider changing the gatepost halfway or more than halfway through that journey. I think it's wonderful to have a forum like Sintra, which brings together academics and
9% about
other than
CXAI.
policymakers to actually
CXAI might
consider
bolt.
those ideas and to explore them and to weigh the cost and benefit and all the rest of it. But at this point in
CXAI is
time,
independent.
I think we have to be as persistent as inflation is persistent, and we have to be resolute and decided and determined in reaching the target that we have set, and not debate the target as we are running that race.
But it does raise the question, Governor Bailey, about how far inflation will come down to.
It does, but let me reinforce what Christine said. What is the inflation target? It is
C3.
the definition and practice of price stability.
Coinbase,
In our
CXAI, trying to
legislation,
be dependent.
It is
C3
what price stability
pushing.
is taken to be.
Up
That is the 2%
3.75.
target. And I don't think anything has changed
Coinbase
in terms
pushing
of what we mean by price
up
stability. And I think that's a
3%.
very important
About to
point
hit a fib line.
to start with. It's the anchor that we have to always maintain.
CXAI trying
In
to pop
terms of
pennant.
bringing it down, yes, I mean, we're facing, have faced and are facing, the biggest challenge for a very long time. But we have to meet that challenge. I don't think it is the right
Carvana,
thing
beautiful
to do
trend.
to say, well, this is all a bit difficult, let's change the target. I really don't think that is the right thing to do. I think that would be a very bad thing to do. And I think, although I very much agree, as Christine was saying, that there are things we understand about inflation expectations and things we don't understand about inflation expectations. I think taking risks of that nature with inflation expectations, but also, fundamentally changing what we mean by price stability when there's no good reason to do that, I think would just be the wrong thing.
How do you read,
Coinbase,
Governor Ueda, the
Sue Fibline?
inflation expectations? Because they've crept up in Japan as well.
Yes, we've been for a long time trapped in a zero inflation expectations equilibrium. So we've been trying very
QBTS
hard
at
to
2%?
move this to a 2% inflation, 2% expectations equilibrium. To do so, we had to de-anchor expectations
Son is down
from
22%.
zero, raise inflation expectations, and in the future we will have to re-anchor them at 2%. This is a formidable task, and now we are seeing signs that inflation expectations are rising. But as I said, not to the extent that we are fully in the 2%.
At 200 on Bitcoin?
Inflation expectations equilibrium.
DNA to
It also
165
raises
still.
the question, you mentioned the labor market and some of the post-COVID changes about just how COVID has distorted the data and has made travel, for instance, so strong for so long. And I wonder,
Trka to $2.
Chair Powell, how you look
Oh,
at the
198.
COVID impact on the economy and how it's
13 on top of
changed
200.
the way you make forecasts and you think about what's happening right now.
Well, I think there are changes, and we don't know how persistent they will be. Certainly work from home, and you can see the effect on commercial real estate, particularly office real estate and the surrounding retail that it's suffering in many major cities. We don't know how long that will last. It feels like some part of that
IonQ
will
up
be
2%.
persistent and will last. You mentioned the data as well. We've I guess response rates to a lot of the data that we collect and the other organizations collect, the response rates have gone down, and you're seeing a lot of volatility in some of these data series. More so, I would say, more so than we've seen historically. So the data are even a little bit foggier than
We need to
they
push up
usually
there
are.
on Bitcoin.
But we'll be, in terms
Coinbase
of what
pushing.
the effects of COVID, it's going to have long-term
Going for the
effects on the
intraday high
economy.
again.
Maybe loss of productivity. There's certainly been
New intraday
for
high
a
on
generation
C3.
of kids some loss of education and training. I think it's hard to say how persistent all this will be.
What is your level of concern of commercial real estate, since you mentioned it in the U.S.?
It's something that we, of course, are watching
Tesla's up
carefully. The
254.
way it lays out is the large banks don't have large concentrations of commercial real estate, so that's a good place to start. A surprisingly large part of exposure to commercial real estate is in the banks that are under 100 billion. But there, the worry is more banks that have a high concentration, and they're relatively few. So it's something that we're carefully monitoring. Bank supervision has a playbook for this. So supervisors are talking to banks about their concentration in real estate and what can they do and how do they manage themselves out of this. It's something that we're well aware of. It's not a surprise, and we're focusing on it.
Tesla
Is it
trying
one
to
of the
grow?
reasons you were cautious in the last meeting?
Commercial real
C3
estate, no,
AI
I wouldn't
pushing?
say so. No, I just, generally speaking, it was the
Tesla
last meeting. It was about
trying to push up. Remember,
what's in the
TSLL is the
pipeline, how far
1.5
we've
times
come, what's in
performance
the
for Tesla.
pipeline. I will also say
Coinbase
that,
is
though, that
CONL.
the bank stress that part of the decision, in my thinking anyway, was the bank stress that we experienced earlier this year. There's a fair amount of research showing that when something like that happens, bank credit availability and credit
So
can
we have
move
24%
down
now?
a little bit with a bit of a lag. So we're watching carefully to see whether that does appear. Of course, tightening in financial conditions is what we're
48
doing
trade review up.
intentionally. So we have seen bank credit conditions tighten. The question is, and that's what we're trying to achieve. The question is there another channel of that or a greater amount of that coming from what happened in March? We don't really see any evidence of that, but I think that's certainly in the back of my mind to see whether we do see that.
Yeah, it gets into the question about lags. How long are lags, Governor Bailey?
9% on Carvana.
Do you expect to see more?
It's a very interesting question in terms of the transmission of our monetary policy decisions. So If I can just illustrate it with the UK case, and obviously it's not the only part of the transmission mechanism, that would be clear.
150 on
But it's an
VRM.
important part, and illustrate it with the UK mortgage market. So we've seen a big structural change in the UK mortgage market since the last tightening cycle of monetary policy, which of course, accepting passage of time, was about 20 years ago, actually. And that change has been a change from a variable rate mortgage market to a fixed rate mortgage market. Now, I must say, obviously with Jay here, it's not a US style fixed rate mortgage market. It's a much shorter term. So the average term is often around 5 years. But we know, and we think around about 85% of the stock of UK mortgages are now sort of in that part of the market.
Still trying to recover there.
So we know that the transmission of monetary
Nice
policy
recovery there from the
is gonna be
PM
slower
drop, though.
as a result, because obviously it depends upon the sort of the timing and the sequence of those fixed terms coming to an end often.
Heads up on
So we
Son.
have
It's
to
getting really
judge
tight.
that. I mean, it's another factor and another sort of element of uncertainty that we have to judge when we're taking our decisions, which is how much of the tightening that we've already done has come through and how much is yet to come through. And we know that referring back along quite a way into the past isn't going to help us in that respect. So we have to sort of formulate those views afresh. And so it is part of our decision-making calculus is how much more has to come through, when will it come through, and also how powerfully will it come through. And all those things are things we have to take into consideration.
Okay,
And as I said, history isn't going to be a great guide for that, given the change in the market.
So, a year? What's a lag?
Well, what you see, and of
I
course
like this lady.
You can compute is the sort of the profile of mortgages coming up for renewal.
Wow, I'm
renewal
rolling
terms. And
down
we can see
even
that
more.
over the next year or
Ouch.
so, there's quite a lot of fixed rate mortgages are coming up for renewal. So we can factor that in. There is another element, I say, of uncertainty as to just how that will work its way through.
President Lagarde, how do you think about the lags?
I think of the lag in three steps, if you
C3
will.
trying again.
The first one
Bitcoin
is
trying up
transmission
the 48.
in terms of tightening of the financing terms
To
that
the
are made
48
available
on
and how
Son.
markets absorb the decisions that we make. And on that front, we have a good and reasonably rapid transmission. We see it in rates, we see it in volume of loans, and on both accounts, there is a good absorption and a rapid transmission of our monetary policy decision. But that's only step one. What we need to see
C3,
is step
intraday high.
2 and how it materializes on investment by corporate, and for households it's predominantly mortgages. And for the euro area, there is a lot of heterogeneity, because you have markets where mortgages are at fixed rate, markets where mortgages are at floating rates, some that are readjusted every so many years. So we have to look at all those data very carefully. But it seems that the
Bitcoin back to
transmission
40 or
is
the 200,
likely
excuse me.
to be less rapid than
Coinbase
it had
trying back
been
up
in
towards the
past,
fib
because
line.
there are many more fixed rate mortgages now in the euro area than there was, say, 15 years ago. And that's not it. We need to see it then, channeled to the third step, which is inflation. So we
145
want to
on
see
PGY.
that transmission strength through step 1, step 2, step 3, and make
Coinbase.
sure that this is really having an impact
Intraday
in
high.
terms of the fight we have against inflation.
Governor Ueda, do you worry about the impacts, the lagged impacts of their policies on the global economy and on your economy?
Oh, yes, but for ourselves, we haven't had any
Go EV trying
serious
to live.
monetary tightening for 3 decades. I was a board member of the BOJ 25 years ago. Then the policy rate was
TRKA
about
to
20,
2% up.
30 basis points.
Wow.
Now,
About
minus
to go
10
for gold
basis
cross.
points. So,
And it doesn't sound like it's changing anytime soon.
so in terms of that, the lag in the effects of monetary policy could be at least 25 years. We'll see what
Coinbase trying to
will
lift still?
happen if we get to normalize policy seriously. But we'll have to be very careful here.
Be careful what you wish for, I guess. So, Chair Powell, are you more worried about the lag impacts than they are because they're still hiking rates?
I don't know, I wouldn't want to compare. I would say I would just say again, so what's different this time
VDRMs
is
of
actually, though, that
7.2.
markets move substantially in anticipation of
Novavax
moves.
up
So
3.6.
by the time we lifted off in March of 2022,
They're mad up
the
3%.
2-year had moved from 20 basis
GWH
points up to
3%.
200 basis
Coinbase trying
points.
higher
So
again.
financial conditions now move in expectation.
Bitcoin over the
and
200.
our the whole modern communication strategy really
TRKA
helps that along.
trying up.
So that is different. What may or may not be different, and we also haven't had this kind of tightening in 3 decades. Really, we've had tightening, but it wasn't. This looks more like tightening cycles from the 70s and 80s. So what we see is a picture of literature that has the older literature says a year or two for activity and add a year for
They're
inflation.
trying to super trend Bitcoin.
There's new literature that says it's much faster than that, and I think we just have to use our to watch and see what's happening.
GoEV is getting the lift.
They're beginning to be. There are reasons to
bit
argue
of a
that it would be
gap there
faster
on
this time or
trka.
slower this time, but I just don't think we know at this stage.
Well, it kind of gets,
We do have a
gets
gap in
into
front of us
the
as
question
well.
about the markets, and you're saying
Hopefully we
that
fill
it's a
first
transmission
before we move
mechanism.
up.
You're all talking very hawkishly and saying there's more work to be done, and we're still worried about inflation.
Coinbase.
The markets pretty much think you're almost done, all of you guys. Maybe one more hike in July, and then done, and then into cuts next year. Is that wrong, President Lagarde?
I look at the data we have, I look at the mandate we have, I look
Open
at
to 15%
the
up?
transmission lag, and we've decided for ourselves that we would use 3 criteria. That's what we are focused on. Of course, we are not completely oblivious to what happens in markets, but we have to be guided by
Carvana is up
what
almost
the mandate
10%.
is, what the data delivers, and what criteria we take into account in order to determine our policy and to establish our stance going forward. That's the only way to go.
But I guess,
10% up.
there's financial conditions, and I don't know, Governor Baylor, are they working against you? You're trying to fight inflation, and MSCI World is up nicely this year.
Well, by the way, the market, I don't think thinks we're nearly done at the moment. They've got a number of further increases priced in for us. My response to that will be, well, we'll see.
13's trying to come
because
through the
as we
200
said
right
earlier,
there
we're
on
essentially
Bitcoin.
evidence-driven in that
RSI
sense.
and
So,
Bitcoin's at 60,
we'll
61.
we'll make our decisions based on that. I think you're
Carvana
right to
inching
point
higher as
out,
well.
as you said earlier, and I would draw this point out, that there are 2 parts to this. There's where the peak is, and then how long it's sustained beyond that. And I think both of those are relevant. Both of those are things that will, sorry to state the blunt and the obvious, will emerge with time. But I've always been interested that the market thinks that the peak will be quite short-lived in a world where we're dealing with more persistent inflation.
Right.
Coinbase
They did
cross.
finally price out the cuts in the U.S. a few weeks ago. Market was primed for cuts. I assume you were pleased to see that that's no longer the case.
So if you go back and look at forecasts from the participants on my committee on inflation, you'll see, we've been consistently
intraday
thinking this
highs.
is going to take some time. It's going to be
Bitcoin just underneath
a
VWAP.
process that will take longer than we would have hoped. And it may well be a bumpy process. But markets have gone back and forth between pricing and what appearing to price in pretty quick declines in inflation to coming back to being more in alignment with the thinking of the committee. And that's where we are right now, is closer to where committee participants are. But as Christine said, we're not
Snapchat,
focused on what the
see.
market's forecast is.
Snapchat,
we have our
nice move.
forecast. All of us who are on
Nice
the committee,
recovery.
we work hard to develop an understanding of what's driving inflation and what the path forward for inflation is. We make our
13
best
through the
estimates,
200 on
and that
Bitcoin?
still is that it's going to take some time. It's just going to take some time. Inflation has proven to be more persistent than we expected, not less. And of course, if that day comes when that turns around, that'll be great. But we don't
another
expect
3.
that. And we don't plan for it.
So is it counterproductive to you that the stock market has rallied, the bond market has rallied? The market is fighting the Fed. The market thinks you're closer to the end, and that does make financial conditions easier.
Wasn't that the?
You can't fight the Fed, but they're fighting the Fed. Is that a problem?
I don't see it that way. I don't look at it that way at all. Honestly, we have different jobs. Our job is
DNA
to
and
bring
ARK are both
inflation
up
down to
4%.
2% and sustain maximum employment.
Politics up
That's our
6.5.
job. That's what we think about. We look at
Netflix
the
up
data,
3.5.
and that's what we care about. And markets react. Different parts of the market react in different ways. It's just not something that is a principal focus of our work.
But it did seem last year like you wanted a weaker stock market. You used the word pain at Jackson Hole. It seemed like you were trying to
206 on
communicate
trka.
that financial conditions should tighten, and less so this year. Is that right?
Not really, no.
Okay.
Of course, we work through financial conditions. That's what we do. Our rate and our, all the things we do and say work through financial conditions to affect the real economy. That's how it works. But it's broader financial conditions. So we're not focused on any one market. We're never thinking, oh, let's do this to this market. It's just, in general, let's communicate what we want to do.
Kathy Wood looking smart again.
And why we want to do it. And
Yeah.
financial conditions adjust. And that's really all we can do. We do not target particular parts of the
I
market.
feel like I was making
Although,
like
of course, we do monitor.
like I was
market
talking
conditions.
about
So you don't care what the stock
entering
market's
Tesla
doing?
and Coinbase well
I
before
look at
she
broader
was.
financial conditions. It's one of many conditions, along with interest rates, credit spreads, everything.
I don't really
all
pay
the conditions
attention.
and the
I mean,
availability
like-
of credit. It's one of many things. Again, we don't focus on any one
I guess it would
thing
be
as
ignorant not to
the
pay
key
attention
thing.
at all, but at the same
Governor White,
time,
how
it's
important
like
is it
whatever.
to
You
you,
know
the
what I mean?
markets, as it relates to financial conditions and the mechanism for monetary policy?
Joe be looking for a handle.
I mean, the stock market.
Stocks, bonds, currency.
So stock prices have been rising fairly sharply since spring this year. Stock prices theoretically are affected by
IoT just have 27
interest
bucks.
rates and investors' view of the economy. We haven't changed interest rate, so probably investors have become more optimistic about the future of the economy. Of course, we don't want serious financial imbalances in the economy, so we keep monitoring.
How do you think about, President Lagarde, the risks to the economy, especially geopolitical risks? In Europe now we have this, we were all glued last weekend to the news out of Russia and the Wagner rebellion, and we're wondering if now political instability in Russia presents a further geopolitical risk to the global economy.
But I think I look at it, we all look at it, and we are all concerned about geopolitical development by virtue of the profession that we have, because it does have an impact on supply chain, it does have an impact on trade, it does have an impact on the uncertainty, and we can only say that at this point in time, uncertainty is
14.
high overall, and a big factor of that uncertainty has to do with the
C3 trying to push
geopolitical
back towards
difficulties
intraday high.
and conflict or quasi-conflicts
Bitcoin's just off the gold
that
cross.
abound at the moment.
Seen some green
So
there on
yes, we
Coinbase
are
as well.
looking at that, but do we have to make a moral judgment on this, that, or
27
the
and a half
other?
up on Joby.
This is not the job that we have, but it clearly has an impact on
Nice
how
cut,
the
looking for a
economy
handle there.
is going
And I
to
wanna look at
change
EVTL
and
just in
be
sympathy.
transformed, and whether it will have an impact that is inflationary or disinflationary, I think is also to be determined. I think there will be various schools of thought along those lines.
Yeah, I wonder how you think
intraday high
about
for
next winter.
AI.
I mean, Europe got lucky.
We hope it's mild.
What if it's not?
But storage is, what, 69%? Michael, the expert on Isabel's panel, said that 69%, and we are going to hit 95% by the end of the summer. So that should put us in a good position for the winter. But I'll say one thing, which probably we had not factored in sufficiently, and maybe that applies to all of us. It's the resilience of our economies and the resilience of the
Trka?
entrepreneur, the corporates, the way in which we have sort of, in a matter of a few months, reorganized ourselves. Just think 1 year back, everybody thought that the German model was dead, that Europe was going to be completely on its knees. Well, these things have not
Well, they were
happened.
until we sent them a bunch of money.
And the resilience has been demonstrated at all levels of society.
Totally agree with Christine on this. That resilience, I mean, you see it when you
HLGN
talk
up
to
3.5.
businesses. I spend a lot of time talking to businesses, and I've spent a lot of time in recent months talking to food-producing businesses to try to understand the sort of, the slower than, frankly, we expected decline in the rate of food inflation.
So with
And
FRCB,
one of the things that I get quite
I
consistently
don't
is
know,
where sort of the
and what
Ukraine-Russia
confuses me the
situation
most
comes
about
through for
hold on.
real.
What confuses me the most about FRCB is like these stocks right here. See these, like these other ones. These are just random OTC pink sheets that popped up like last week, and they're just like thousands of a penny or hundreds of a penny. Like I don't know what these are at all. I'd have to go through every single filing and figure it out. I still haven't.
Actually.
But there's nothing central bankers can do about that.
Yeah, I mentioned it on the
Is there?
space.
Well,
That's
the
correct.
first thing we need to do is understand it. That's a good
Snap looks like it
starting
wants
point.
it. Nice cup.
Well, we have to then
Yes,
design.
you can always just keep crushing demand, but you can't do anything
Well, we
about
have
food
to
supply.
design policy. I mean, we have to design policy and, take our
You wanna
decisions
say?
with the best. Yeah, we always take policy, we always take policy decisions on a forward-looking basis. So we have to do it with the best information and understanding we can get of these things.
So do you still, so to what extent, I guess, is the war in Ukraine driving supply side inflation for materials around the world?
Well, following on from what I was just saying, I think the conclusion I draw from that is, and this is what the businesses tell me, is yes, we are going to see actually a fall in the rate of food price inflation, for instance, but it is taking longer than we expected. So that's what we have to factor in and decide how best, in a sense, to respond to that with monetary policy.
It's not just Russia. Governor Ueda also, we're following the tensions that have increased between the U.S. and China, between Europe and China. Do you think that's having a material impact on global growth?
It's not helping.
Well, at least there's a
VRM 150,
tendency
yeah.
to relocate production sites out of, say, China into other Asian economies,
Get up there.
including to some extent Japan. So in the short run,
Joby up 27%.
this is having a small positive effect on the Japanese economy through business fixed investment. But in the longer run, there will be inefficiencies all over the place. So we'll see.
So Japan's a beneficiary of the flight out of China.
In one sense and in the short run, but in the long run, I'm not sure.
I mean, Chair Powell, how do you think about, it's obviously a risk and it hurts trade. How do you think about the U.S.-China relationship as it impacts the economy?
We don't have any role to play in the relationships between the countries, but China's a very large, important economy. It's a big trading partner, mainly consisted of us buying things that are made in
VRM over
China.
150.
I don't think, and of course, and the
Is that for
Chinese
the handle
economy
there on Joby?
came out of the COVID and looked like it was recovering strongly. Now it doesn't
Joby's
look like
at
that. It looks like it's
27.5.
slowed down, and there's some issues there. From the U.S.
Coming up on the
standpoint,
gold cross still.
at the margin, that probably
Trying to
means a
handle
little
now.
bit less global demand. I wouldn't say it's a first order consideration for us, though.
How does Chair Powell referenced the disappointing nature of the Chinese economic recovery. How does that play into Europe's recovery or the global growth picture?
Well, first of all, I think we have to be attentive to the emerging market economies at large. At the moment, they are producing about 60% of global growth, some of which is now a bit more focused on domestic development and consumption, and less so on trade. But if you look at the trade volume numbers from China to many other countries, particularly the advanced economies, that has not changed significantly. So the trade volume is still significant. And I'm not breaking any news here. The Chinese authorities themselves say that they're likely to have a 5% growth this year in 23 rather than the 6% that they had initially forecasted. So that will have an impact, given the size of the Chinese economy, on global growth at large. We have to, when we do our projections, when we look at the economy, we look at the global economy, and then we sort of narrow down and zoom on the European economy and the euro area in particular. But everything that happens in China, in the United States, in the UK, in Japan, in emerging market economies actually matter for us because we are strongly interrelated and have been trading with each other for a long time. And if anything we've learned from COVID, in addition to the pain and suffering for many, is the fact that we are vastly dependent for the supply of rare earth and various metals that will be critical for the development of the economy of tomorrow if we decide to firmly go towards the green economy that
just use 700 Canadian rupees to buy more Mullen. That's like $4 nowadays.
Economy. One of the things is just exactly as Christine says in terms of how we do our process. One of the things that we spend quite a bit of time on is world export prices. Now, actually, in the recovery
Canadian
from COVID,
rupees, he
there was a
says.
supply chain shock.
Coinbase, intraday high, Bitcoin going for
goods
VWAP.
price inflation from world export prices. We're now seeing those prices definitely start to weaken. So that will be another determinant going forward of policy.
As central bankers, do you plan for the worst case scenarios on the geopolitical front? I mean, if China invades Taiwan, then what? What does a central banker do? Is there a contingency for that, Chair Powell?
RSI and
These
Bitcoin
are tools to
64. She's
achieve
moving.
Our legal mandates. If that
So is
happens.
Coinbase. Coinbase is moving nicely.
Got that
Up
Fed speak down.
4.8.
You'll hold a special meeting. Special. No, I mean, it's a volatile world we live in, right? And then
So
there's
we
impacts.
do have,
Yeah.
in every FOMC cycle, we look at, our staff works up 6 or 7 or 8 alternative simulations, and they simulate, different things. It's not so much geopolitical events, though. It's more different ways the economy could play out. And we all the participants read those and think about them and talk about them, and they come up in our meetings, we talk about them. So it's very helpful because you can't get too focused on the modal path in a world where it's just very hard to predict the economy, even in normal times, it's very hard to predict the economy.
People
let
were
alone
probably
times like
rolling
today.
27s right
What
here,
sort
which
of
probably
simulations
dropped.
do you talk about?
I'm going to leave that to your imagination.
I bet I can think of a few. President Lagarde, Chair Powell did talk about, I mean, one of the things that,
Bitcoin,
I don't know that there was a
still trying to push.
simulation of, is we
RSI is
had a few bank
67,
failures in the US this year.
68.
And I know it forced some of you into action to shore up banking systems. Are we in good shape now? Is the global and European financial system in good shape? Have we healed?
Here, I can only speak to the banks over which we have supervision, and those are the euro area.
And that's why I like cryptocurrency.
The European banks, but I'm looking at the euro area specifically. We have been, enforcing Basel III to the entire banking sector. The capital ratios are very high.
Mullen dropped 12
15.3%,
cents.
if I recall.
Coinbase just at the high today.
The liquidity coverage ratio very high as well.
Open 14.5
So we
up.
have not experienced, the turmoil,
Still
the
grinding.
difficulties.
Remember,
in
this was called out at
Europe.
1:30,
And Europe does not
by
include
Peru.
Switzerland. Thank you very much.
so it's hot.
But we
Bitcoin
are
trying to push?
extremely attentive. We reinforce the stress testing constantly. We are I'm very pleased to see that the Basel III agreement has now been reached, as I understand, between Parliament, the Council, and the Commission, so that we can actually roll out Basel III with as limited exception as
FRCB now
possible.
20.
And we have to continue doing that job.
Any
Turk
lessons
is
that
going.
you took,
Okay,
Governor
thank you.
Bailey, from what happened earlier this year?
Heads up on FRC.
Let me
FRCB
start
looks like it wants to
with a bit
go.
of backdrop. I think it's important, drawing on what Christine was saying, I think it's
Turka?
important
Come on,
to,
babe.
in a sense, reflect the fact that
Turka.
the regulatory changes
We need
we
some
made after the global
more
financial
demand
crisis have
now.
paid off.
We're about to hit
in
a
the
gap.
sense that
We should
have-
go right
we've
through
been
that.
and we are going through some huge economic shocks. And the banking system.
we
certainly,
shouldn't
I
have
can
any
speak again,
problems
Christine,
right
because I
there
can
at
speak
all.
for The UK banking system
Bitcoin.
is resilient to them, and it's doing what we want it to do, which is support the economy, not the other way around, to be honest, as we go back to the crisis. So that's an important starting point. Now, I think there are important lessons from, important issues that we have to reflect on from what happened. Christine made her subtle reference to Switzerland. There's a huge sense of irony in the British, Christine. Look, I mean, there is obviously a question posed by the Credit Suisse, handling, which is, are the resolution
EVTLs
plans for
up
the major
7.8.
banks that we've spent the last 15 years developing fit for
Joby's
purpose,
up almost
or are
30.
they not fit for purpose? And I'll come on to that. If they're not fit for purpose, then of course we cannot sit here and say all's fine, because clearly we're going to, regrettable though it would be after 15 years of work, we're going to have to
C3
sort of,
lifting, the
tear 'em up and
35,
start again.
56.
Now, I'll give you my view on it. I'm going to say this. I have not yet heard the case made to me which suggests that they are not fit for purpose. I'm going to state that. But I'm not going to leave it there. We have got to have, we've got to have this out and decide whether, it goes one way or the other. My
Palantir
starting
up.
point is I remain to
Bitcoin
be
gotta push.
convinced of that
Here
assertion,
comes
but
Coinbase
we can't
following.
let it rest there.
Big push from
I think
Coinbase. Or from
We've all got the
Bitcoin, excuse me.
question of, how our banking systems handle, a steep rise in interest rates. We do stress tests to test that. We've got
Put $42
capital
price target.
provisions for, related to that. And we've all got to think hard. I think the third thing I'd say is we've got to think hard about the speed
I wouldn't
of
be
run
surprised,
question.
Sam, and the reason
But I
being,
think we've got to think pretty
The reason being is like a lot of us talk shit on Robinhood, but how many people watching are still using Robinhood? See what I mean?
That is a sensible place to head to. So we've got to think quite carefully, but quite, I think, creatively about how we maintain the banking system that does what we want it to do, which is create credit in the economy, create assets that are naturally illiquid,
Coinbase up
and deal with
5.4.
this speed of run question. And we've got to take that one on.
Exactly, Mom.
We're actually going to get stress tests this afternoon in the U.S.
Oh,
which I
the
won't ask you
stress
about,
test today?
Chappelle, but I will ask if you think that the
I didn't know
U.S. regional banks are
Opens up
resilient
15.
right now.
I do. So I think, first of all, I think the overall banking system is strong and resilient
INCASE
with very
up
high
3.
levels of capital and liquidity.
I know it's
Very-
not for everything, but I'm just saying in
double the
general.
levels that they were at, and then some before the crisis. So the innovations that we put in place, the regulatory changes and higher capital, those are all in place in the United States as well.
Carvana over
So
10.
when
10
it
and a
comes
half now.
to the events we had earlier this year with 3 banks that had pretty idiosyncratic business models and funding models as well, I think we need to learn lessons, and we're not hiding from that at all. We understand there are going to be need to be
C3 trying to
regulatory
push. Is
strengthening
that the high
of
of
both
the day?
regulatory and supervisory practices as
As
it
is
relates to
Coinbase?
institutions of that general size, I would say.
You got a lot of questions on that from Congress last week.
Have I noticed that it moves
That's
on
mostly what they wanted to
Wednesdays?
talk about.
They want to make sure that you aren't,
Um,
well, in part, not
I've
going
just
to
been watching the
increase
chart
capital
overall.
levels
I actually haven't-
sort of
I
choke
wasn't
off the
paying
small
attention
and regional
to
banks in this
specific
country
days
and
like
make it hard
that.
for them to compete.
So the U.S. has something like 4,500 banks. It's the most banks by a pretty big margin, I think, of any major economy. And we think it's a real benefit to have banks of different sizes and business models
Go EV is
that
coming
serve
back.
local communities and offer different products, as well as having the large banks. And the large banks in the
Joby's
United States
crossing
are
840
very
already.
strong,
Joby's on the move.
well-capitalized, a lot of liquidity. And they've been a source of strength, I
Go
think, through the
EV.
last couple of events. So
Nice push.
I think it's important that whatever changes we do make, keep in mind the need to preserve the business models of these of smaller banks and not just of the largest banks.
Any concerns for you, Governor Ueda, on the strength of the global financial system at this point, as we go through this, I don't know, once
C3
in
pushing.
several decades tightening period?
I can only talk about Japanese banks. I think they are well capitalized. They're capitalized.
TRKA to
They have
6%
enough
up.
liquidity.
Volume
It's true that some
172.
smaller banks,
Averages
regional banks, are
627.
sitting on
Just underneath the gap actually on TRKA.
non-negligible amount of valuation losses on their security.
Intraday highs on
holdings.
Coinbase again.
But
And
on
AI?
average, that's about 1% of their core loan capital. So it would be okay. But if we do get to normalize our monetary policy, because we go into the 2% inflation rate equilibrium in the sense I discussed earlier, then rates may go up by large margins. And we'll have to be careful. We'll have to
CXAI
carry out
up
all sorts of
11.3.
stress tests, I think.
I also wanted to ask you, if you go into a more normalization stance away from negative rates and the yield curve
Open
control,
is
if
at
you-
16%
how
up
you'll
now?
manage the risk of the
Joby is
government's
31.
enormous financing needs, and whether that's a
That's a
concern that you
nice
think about.
looking chart.
We
Joby to
keep
31.
saying that's the business of the government and the diet to create sustainable.
Remember that they're running on FAA
government finance.
news. Bitcoin
Fiscal
trying to get a
policy
push
in
up.
general, I'm curious if you guys will bite on this. Is it helpful right now or hurtful, President Lagarde?
Everybody has to do what everybody has to do. Man's got to
Bitcoin.
do what a man's got to do. Monetary policy makers have to decide on monetary policy, and fiscal
11% now on
policymakers have
Vana.
to do their job. It is true that there are circumstances where
Trying to go
working
vertical,
hand in
as is
hand
Bitcoin.
and supporting each other has proved helpful. I think we
RSI
had a very
and
good
Bitcoin to
demonstration
74
this
right now,
morning in
though.
one of the lectures that we had.
Yeah, don't be surprised if it bounces in that zone.
I think what we have
Wow,
very clearly
the RSI
stated
cools off.
As a governing council of the whole Eurosystem is governments, please, it's time now to roll down the measures that you had decided for COVID and
Open
for
to
energy
17?
purposes, and that you adopt a path that will take you to better sustainability of your public finance. So we hope to see that.
Bitcoin up?
You know, the fiscal space that has been
Towards
allowed
the
for
prior
the
trajectory line
various
as well.
non-conventional fiscal
Market,
support that were
in general, tends to
decided back
move
in
on
22
more on
and
Wednesday.
23 very much should be rolled
Nah,
back
hump day.
in the course of 23 and certainly should not be expanded in 24, bearing another major shock. But that's our recommendation, and we make it very clear in our monetary policy statement and have made it very clear in the last statement that we issued.
I mean, we learned in the UK, what was it last year, when monetary and fiscal policy don't work together, it can be a big problem.
Well, because what we had to deal with in the UK last autumn was actually a financial stability issue, and we dealt with it, and it was very clear that that was the issue we dealt with. We didn't deal with anything more than that. It's not our job to get involved in fiscal policy in that sense. And we always, when setting monetary policy, take fiscal policy as announced. As a conditioning sort of assumption for our decisions.
Down on
So
AI
I don't go
and
beyond that in
Coinbase?
terms of commenting on the stance of
That's
fiscal
just
policy.
because
I mean, the one
Bitcoin
thing
had a
I've
cool, I
said in
bet.
recent times, and I don't mind saying it
Open
again,
still
is
stretching
that I
for
welcome
the
fact
high
that,
today.
The Chancellor is
Just off?
very much using fiscal policy to try to address the structural issues in the economy. That's not a comment about the stance of fiscal policy.
Joby
About,
just lost
more or less.
30%.
It's a comment about the fact that, going back to the point I've made about labour markets, and actually the low potential rate of growth in the UK economy, that the more we can do to tackle that, frankly, the better.
What about you, Chair Powell? I mean, there's been a lot of
IoT
fiscal largesse
2720.
in the United States, the COVID stimulus, and now even new policies that are just filtering through, like Inflation Reduction
Open
Act,
up.
infrastructure, chips. There's still American Rescue Plan Act money getting doled out. Isn't that making your life harder?
Well, so echoing my
5%
colleagues,
on Palantir?
our assignment is to deliver price stability kind of regardless of the stance of fiscal policy. And we don't play a role, formal or informal, in advising the fiscal authorities. There are other agencies in Washington that do that, and that's really not our job. I will add, though, without crossing any lines, that the spending during the pandemic was very high, and it's come down. And so we look at the fiscal impulse from the level of spending, and it's really not material. It may even be slightly contractionary, but let's just say it's flat. You identified those bills, and I think you are seeing some of that money showing up in construction. It's construction numbers. It's supporting construction activities, particularly the infrastructure bill. But I wouldn't
If
say
you don't mind me saying, was I averaged up yesterday.
If you look at where the
My
inflation
average
is in
was
the economy,
12,
I
but then
wouldn't
I
say that
dropped
that's an important
$1,000
driver
on it
of
yesterday.
inflation or something
So
that we
I
think
bought it
about
on the
and
dip
consider.
though,
So you mentioned
out of the gate.
consumer,
So
the
like,
excess savings.
I don't even know what it is. I didn't look,
down?
but
Where do you think the U.S.
So-
consumers
I
headed?
definitely averaged up.
Consumer,
It's
the consumer had
probably
savings from two sources. One
like
was just the fact that
16,
people couldn't travel,
17
and
now?
couldn't kind of spend money on services.
It
That
was
a lot of
lower.
it. And there were also the fiscal transfers that happened. And those, there are many different estimates.
I feel like it
would
was
say
I feel like it was originally like
for people at the lower
13
end
or
of the
something like
income
that.
spectrum who tend to have a
12.
high marginal propensity to
Son?
consume. Most, but not all of that money is gone.
Like,
So there's a
I nearly had a bottom
there's certainly
tick
some residual
average on it.
support for spending
Yeah.
in that, in laws that passed at the beginning and during the pandemic. But that's, again, I wouldn't say that's
Son?
today.
Remember,
main
follow the blue
driver.
line.
I think if you look at the strength of the labor market, still creating more jobs than there are new entrants to the labor market. And wages are still pretty high, so you're driving up disposable income, and that is driving consumption, and that's driving the economy.
Wanted to also ask you guys
Coinbase
about the
is up high
balance sheet, very hot topic.
BBIG down
Governor
another
Wade,
3%.
how do you think about the expansion of the balance sheet, and how much is
UVXY
too
under
much?
19.
Well, it's a tough question to answer.
Neuro
At
up
the
2%,
moment,
just under 94
we
cents.
are using government security purchases to hit
VIX is at a
the
13.5.
range for the long-term interest rate we have set, which is 0 plus minus 50 basis points.
50
So
cents
the
on
size of the balance
FRCB?
sheet is
Really?
an endogenous variable.
The rest of you are kind of in shrink mode in the balance sheet, or roll-off mode.
Let's go.
You've been more aggressive, Governor Bailey. How has it gone smoother than you expected?
Well, so far, I don't want to tempt fate, it's gone very smoothly, actually. By the way, the reason that you say more aggressive, just to be clear, is that we've got a longer duration of bonds.
I'm just gonna
in
put a
our
50
portfolio,
cent,
government bonds in our portfolio. So leaving it to an organic runoff
just
would mean
meant-
a
or
lot
just
longer
like a,
runoff for us, I think.
That's why you're out
Milestone.
selling.
That's why we're selling them. So the target we set for the
Psychological,
year, the
line
80
right
billion
there.
target, was the sum of the natural runoff plus the difference between the target we set and that. And it's that element that we're doing as active sales. So that's gone, I would say, very smoothly, actually, so far. I'm very happy with the way it's gone. I think the second question that we're certainly looking at actively, of course, is
C3.
just how far will we go? And I look at it particularly in terms of the stock of reserves now in the system before we hit what I would call the equilibrium level of reserves. Now, we may go on selling the QE stock below that because we would shift our operations around. I would expect to do that. But it's important to focus on where we think that sort of natural level of the balance sheet, which won't be constant over time, by the way, but where we think that natural level of the balance sheet is relative to where we are today.
How do you think about it?
Get
President
up,
Lagarde?
Coinbase.
And
Get
is there
out of
pressure
here. Come
building
on,
for you
babe.
to go faster when it comes to
Well,
shrinking the balance sheet?
I would say that the interest rate is the primary tool
RSI
that
on
we're using
Bitcoin
at
is
the
now
moment.
cooled off a little bit to 54. Well,
Second, there
53.99.
is almost a contractual reduction of the balance sheet of the ECB because there is a reimbursement of the TLTRO that we had put in place during the pandemic, and that is
It's gonna go
actually
to
happening now, if not yesterday or the day before. Third,
the NVX
as of
is
the
starting to
1st
go.
of July,
Fun day so
we
far.
will
Every day is a
stop
fun day.
any reinvestment under the asset purchase program. So there is a natural declining of the balance sheet of the ECB,
NVX.
which is only a first step.
This
We
actually
are
had an Ortex
discussing
alert
our
for a
operational
squeeze.
framework. Hopefully, we will be able to complete that work.
It actually had
in
two.
the
It had a
next
type 2
6
and a
to
type
9
3.
months, and that will really determine the size, the desirable size of our balance sheet, which is always a factor of also the circumstances and the situation we are in. But that is coming.
Is it going smoother than you thought it would as well, Chair Powell, QT?
Say it's working as we had hoped and expected it would work. We have a entirely passive program as treasuries and mortgage-backed securities mature. They roll off subject to a cap, and it's been moving along.
Still underneath that gap.
Pace,
I know
the
it's taking
underlying
so long.
pace, if you hit the cap, is about $1 trillion a year, and reserves appear to be quite ample. So it has a ways to go.
Is there anything that would make you speed that up or slow that down?
I like
always
this
say that we're
moderator. This
prepared to
moderator is good.
adjust in light of evolving conditions, but I don't see anything that would cause us to want to do that right now.
Okay, so in the moments that we have left, we've talked about a lot of the risks. We've talked a lot about some of the concerns out there. I want to hear
IDAI
some optimism,
up 8.5.
maybe, and what
Gold
makes
cross.
makes you feel. None of you are really talking doom and gloom on recession, but what makes you, President Lagarde, optimistic right now?
In my professional field?
However you want to interpret the question. Personally.
Otherwise, there are lots of things that make
C3
me
trying to
happy,
bust?
and I hope for all of you.
No, that's enough, please.
I'll just mention one success, which I'm really proud of, and I'm very proud that Fabio Panetta was the
Robinhood
one who
up to
led that
1037.
exercise on behalf of the entire group. Today, the European Commission has published the legislative draft for the European digital, for the digital euro.
Yes,
for
talk
our
digital euros.
CBDC.
Let's go.
And that gives me hope because I think that it really demonstrates the capacity to innovate, the capacity to work as a team, the capacity to anticipate what digital payments will be tomorrow. Now, some people are very skeptical and they say, well, you're taking risk, financial stability, possible runs that will be accelerated by this. And all I would say is, number one, you
Tesla
have to be ready.
to
You
259.
want to keep the sovereignty of your currency.
C3 trying to push.
So many years ago, who would have thought about all the users and the applications that you have on your cell phone? None of us. So being prepared, being ready, paying attention to what actually Europeans and particularly young Europeans want in terms of currency and form of currency is something that we have been doing, that we have accelerated, that we have not decided for sure, but at least the legislative piece is on the table. There will be a lot of discussion. And that's, in a way, also the result, one of the good benefit of COVID. We
AI.
have talked about the
Come on, babe.
downside of COVID and the consequences, but the way in which so many of us have become more digital, better equipped, probably more productive. It will be demonstrated probably with a lag time. But
Cues,
when I look at
way
my
up.
member states, the countries that
High
were
today.
least
Cues.
digital have really traveled very fast to become much more digital. So that's a good reason to hope. And the resilience demonstrated, but I have mentioned that earlier on, by everybody, from the
Amazon's up another
individuals to the
1.5%.
entrepreneur to the corporates to governments. We, in Europe, decided to get together to borrow jointly, despite the fact that it's laborious, that it's painful, that it gives a lot of things to report about to journalists, is also a sign of progress.
And just to be clear, a digital euro will happen when?
Oh.
That will be decided by the governors in Governing Council. We will decide that at the end of October. And then there will be another phase of piloting, experimenting, fine-tuning. Because if and when we go, as will be decided by the Governing Council at large, we want to get it right. So we're not going to do a half start or a fake start. We will move with success.
What makes you optimistic, Governor Bailey?
Well, actually, I'm going to build on Christine's theme because as well as
This is
we're
up
also
5.5.
working on retail
INCASE up
digital euro,
4%.
we're
Netflix is
actually
up
also
another
working on
3.8 to
wholesale
432.90.
digital money and completely rebuilding our wholesale
Pound
payments
here,
and
so
supplement system
5.5.
in the Bank of England to enable what could be a complete revolution in the infrastructure of financial markets and trade finance. And this is very exciting. So we put the wiring in the weekend before last. The engine should go in next year, and this has
Trka.
enormous potential to change the
Trka
world
filled the gap.
at the wholesale level as well.
It's interesting, I
No,
feel like the world has moved
Trka
on to AI
kept the gap.
beyond digital payments. Are
That's
you guys
lame.
incorporating AI into your thinking about economies and your toolboxes?
I think we're all on
So
a
we
learning
need to
curve.
get
I
rid of
know I
that
feel
gap.
old when I get to this, but yes, we're looking at it in two respects, certainly. One is, three respects. One is how it will affect the economy. Two, how we can use it ourselves, both in our sort of, analytical functions, but also actually in our operational
FRCB to 51.5 cents.
functions. We're looking at it, I
Joby
would
says
say, with
30%.
very open eyes. You can see the strengths and you can see the current weaknesses
Open
of
to
it.
18. Open to $4.
And of course it
Holy
moves
smokes.
very rapidly. So yes, we're having to, certainly I can speak for ourselves, we're having to
Hard down on Coinbase.
devote quite a bit of time now to what the potential is for that.
Chair Powell, is AI one of the things that makes you optimistic?
So on AI, we're just doing what everyone else is doing. We're trying to get smart about it, and it's obviously has huge possibilities. Technologies tend to, propagate through the economy fairly slowly, and this one may be the exception, maybe not, I don't know. But it's something that we're spending a lot of time on.
Maybe exception,
Way
maybe
too early
not.
for conclusions.
I don't
wouldn't
think it
use optimism,
I think
but
it's gonna
I
be
would
the
say that's,
exception.
in answer to your first question, which is, when inflation first arrives, it's really due to very strong demand for goods and goods pipelines that just aren't working and shortages. So that's where it comes from. It wasn't about the labor market at all, right? Or very
Okay, we'll
much.
be back to
As we
30.
get to this stage and to looking forward, we think it will be significantly about getting the labor market supply and demand back in alignment. I would say it's a positive thing. I'll say it that way. It's a constructive thing that we've been able to raise rates 500 basis points with the expectation of going further. And we still have a very strong labor market, but nonetheless one that is in fact cooling in just the way we would have hoped, which is to say through things like lower job openings. Job openings are coming down. The quits level has returned to its pre-pandemic level. Wages have, if you look at employment compensation index or average hourly earnings, they've moved down about 1% towards more, still very high. but
Bitcoin
towards
sliding
more,
on trend.
So a more
towards the
sustainable
48.
level that's consistent with 2% inflation. So I would just say
Coinbase trend
that's
bounced
the
off to
makings
48.
of, if that process continues in a gradual way without really any effect on employment, the longer that goes on, the better. And in a way, I take that as a very constructive path. It is
Lift.
not guaranteed, but the fact that this is really there, and that's what's been happening for a
Up
year, more than a year
26%,
into our tightening cycle, I would
53
take
and a
as a positive thing and perhaps a hopeful one for the future.
Just be careful not to overdo it, right?
Right?
What about you, Governor Ueda?
Let's see, as other central banks are thinking of issuing digital monies, we are taking a different route. and we have decided to issue new currency bills
New currency
starting
bills.
next year.
Whoa.
You're going
Hopefully,
all in paper.
This will cheer up public's confidence in the BOJ. more seriously,
Wait, I hope. Wait, was
as
that
I
a joke
said,
or not?
wages have started to rise at 2% or so for the first time in 3 decades. More importantly, we are seeing as a sign of a change in inflation expectations, changes in price wage setting behavior of businesses. So
TRK is moving.
previously, businesses hesitated to increase prices because if they did, others will not follow suit. Now say they are raising wages because if they
Still has that
didn't,
gap though. It's
they will
pissing me
have
off.
trouble recruiting workers
You need to
because
fill
others
that.
are raising wages. We think this is a good sign
So
for
the-
us.
So the topic of Sintra of this ECBU forum is inflation, volatility. So now is prediction time. In 1 year,
Okay, Phil.
when
Good.
when
Phil.
hopefully I'll be invited back, President Lagarde.
Alright, good.
Inflation
You
rate in
filled
the UK is what?
on TRK.
Well, our last forecast, we expected inflation to come back to target towards the end of next year. We're going to start the next forecast in about 2 weeks' time.
I was trying to
Yeah, you
get
were
a
trying to
jump
get
on
further
that.
than that, yeah.
I was trying to
Nice
jump on
try.
that. Do you get to 2% by this time next year, President Lagarde?
You said a year from now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the projection we have is 3% for next year. Headline.
Will you be satisfied with that?
I want it to be timely. We all want it to be timely.
Timely, okay. Chair Powell?
I don't see us getting back to 2% this year or next year.
You don't?
No. I see us making progress, steady progress on, this is core inflation.
Yeah.
Headline inflation is coming down now, is lower than core. But for core inflation, I don't see us getting to 2% this year or next year. I see us getting there the year after.
2025?
Yeah.
Core inflation 2%. So you're going to be restrictive for a long time.
No,
3.6 up.
well, we will be restrictive as long as we need to be. But, you know, if inflation is coming down sharply and we're confident that it's on a
4%.
path to 2%, you know, that would be a different situation. You would begin to think about loosening policy, but we're a long way from that. That's not something we're thinking about now or in the near future.
Governor Ueda, are you going to get to the 2% by your measure?
So our projection
Going
as
for a little
of
bit of a
April,
bounce on Snap.
inflation projection
Hopefully we have a recovery like that.
has
That's 48.
for 23 fiscal year 1.8%, 1.8 headline, 2.0%.
Hard down, I go EV to the
24.
200.
Now, this makes my job of justifying underlying inflation rate.
ION-Q is up
staying
6%
below
now.
2%
ION-Q vertical.
harder. But we keep saying that
Coming up
we
towards
don't
the
have
support
a lot of
resistance line now.
confidence in this
Well, it's actually more of a
2024
psychological level at 1150.
forecast. This may change depending on the data to come out.
Do you guys feel you've been through a lot of hard moments, you know, COVID and the inflationary challenge, and now we're starting to see economies weaken. Do you feel like it's a particularly difficult point in your central bank journeys, Governor Bailey?
Yeah, until we get inflation back down to target, you know, we've got a very big job to do.
1150 for ION-Q?
It's a job we
Is it
have to do.
stressful?
Well, I don't know, it's stressful, but I think, you know, look, we sign up for this job, and you don't get to determine the conditions that you do it in. So we've got to do it.
1146, up
I mean, that's our
6%.
job.
For you, President Lagarde?
Likewise, man's got to do what a man's got to do. We signed up for the job, and a woman's got to do what a woman's got to do as well. Thank you.
Chair Powell? Haven't seen you stressed.
Sorry?
I haven't seen you
AI is trying to
stressed.
push up.
We have a job to do. We know that. We know that society's counting on us to do this job, and that it really matters. If
Joby now
price
is
stability can
33%.
matter for decades. It can benefit for people over time. I think we all know that, and we'll do the things that we need to do to restore it.
And Governor Ueda is feeling good.
I didn't know there was going to be so much traveling and so many press conferences.
Welcome to the world
UVTL
of central
down.
banking. Thank you all so
200.
much for taking the time today and all my questions. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Is that it? Sorry, they're clapping like really loud. Hold on. Is that it? No?
Well, thank you for that excellent closing panel to the event. Sarah, you did a great job of chairing there, and thanks a lot to all of our panelists. Very nicely done. We learned a lot about your commitment to stay firm until you hit
Bitcoin's trying our view
2%,
up.
however long it takes. We learned about the strength of labor markets and the resilience, too, of the economy more broadly, as well as some very, very, very long lags. So with that in mind, I want to turn now to the final part of our program, which is about another way in which the Sintra Forum has been persistent, and that is in seeking the young economists who can provide answers to the challenges future generations face. So the final part of our program is to award the prize chosen by an expert panel, as well as taking your votes into account
I'm
for the
deleting that,
best paper by some of the most promising young economists in the world. Madame Lagarde, I'll leave it up to you to announce the winner.
All right. Sorry about that. Open. Joby's at 33% now. AI is trying to stick to the trend line. Open so 17, about 7% on VRM. AI has almost 8%. IoT has 6. Coinbase is at 5. Palantir 4.2. MAD up 3.6. Lucid up 5. Netflix is up 4%. IonQ is now up 7. And she's vertical. AI trying to lift with a super trend right now. Higher lows on Coinbase. I don't like that line. I'm gonna delete it. Hold on a second. I thought that was gonna draw out to a bull channel with that. I was wrong though. Let's see. Up to the 48 on Bitcoin. Let's look at Lucid real quick. Lucid, nice lift. That was such a solid buy underneath $6. Boop. Let's see what. Joby pushing for intraday highs. Just off them. Wow, Mullen's down 13.5%. Finger to 360. Hub C to 50 cents. GTII is all the way down to 77 cents. Boyle down 3%. Okay. So the other way now. Son is down 20. It is lifting though. Up towards the 200 on San. Volume's looking pretty good. It's only 11 o'clock, and you almost have 4 million in volume on San. Average is 7.25. Coinbase, potential double bottom off of 48. Bitcoin coming up on a resistance line there as well. Open 16%. CXAI well off the highs. TRKA up to 212, 8% up. Let's see. Good volume on TRKA as well. Good volume. Congrats if you got TRKA under 2. Just saying. Hopefully we get something off that. RSI and Bitcoin's at 57. C3 coming down towards the 48. At $6, I'll call you and yell Turka. Okay. Sounds good. Volume almost a quarter mil, average 640. VRM up 7.3. IonQ is now up 8.6, 8.7. IonQ vertical still. And they are trying to push TRKA. Joby 30, almost 34%. Hard down on open. Down on Carvana. FRCB just off the highs. Joby's continuing. New intraday high for Joby. Hard down on Coinbase. Back down towards the fib line. And the VWAP. We have a little bit of a cup here formed on Bitcoin. Hopefully we can handle out. That would probably take care of Coinbase. Hopefully it just bounces off that fib and retraces. C3 down through the 48 as well. And that'd be descending wedge. I'm going to draw it out in a second. TRKA crossing up. Uh-oh, TRKA haters. Where you at now? Where you at? Joby has 34.3. EVTL is at 5. Coinbase coming down close to VWAP on the fib line right now. C3 coming also down towards VWAP. Don't like that. Hard up on Turka. Remember, follow the blue line, though. That doesn't mean anything until that blue line moves. Want to see that bid follow it. If that bid doesn't follow it, then it doesn't matter. Okay, bid came up a little bit. Guys, the float is so low now on TRKA that when it moves, it's going to move. Not financial advice, yada, 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 yada. But, like, it doesn't have a huge float. Like, that was the one plus side of the whole reverse split situation. Seeing some green on Coinbase. Hopefully we get a bounce of that fib and the view up. I want to see something with Bitcoin too. That would definitely help out Turka. C3 still up 5% off the highs though. VRM 6.5. MCLD is up 14. Oh, sorry, 13.5. Almost 35 on Joby. To VWAP on Coinbase. Probably going to hit VWAP on C3 as well. We're trying up on Bitcoin. Hopefully that gives us enough to reverse on these two. Nice cup. Handle would be ideal. See what volume's looking like. Turkey is up 11%. Volume's looking good on TRKA. It's at almost at 350K. Average is 640. So we're looking good there. MCLD 13.5-ish. FRCB is doing things. Joby 35%. I'm gonna go to FRCB though because it's pushing intraday highs. FRCB is just cruising right now. 36% on Joby. Again, pushing intraday highs. It seems like every candle. And there's a new intraday. C3 on its way back. Bitcoin trying to push up. Google's up 1.2. Lucky, get down. Get off of me. 1 second, guys. I gotta let Lucky out. My bad. Joby, what are we gonna do with you? Joby's still stretching, up 37%. Guys, this could just keep going. This is on news. It's a solid company, too. It's not... Like, I don't think it's a trash company. Open. Just grab 10 back. FRCB, intraday highs. I believe. Yeah. Yeah. 38.5 on Joby. Overstock's up 7. I gotta throw alerts on Coinbase real quick, and then I'll go back to Joby. Oh. Ooh. Hopefully we don't hit down there. I want to add an alert. I don't want to add anything to Ikemoku Cloud. Okay. QBTS up 4.25. IonQ now up 10. Still vertical. Still vertical on IonQ. IonQ. Tweeter real quick. Gotta retweet something. IonQ is just trying to go vertical still. She's hanging out. C3 hanging out above VWAP. I do not want that to drop. See all these different FRC, like, what's it called? Tickers? It just, all of a sudden one day they appeared. I don't understand how, like that process went down. IonQ back up. Intraday highs again. Soft. FRCB vertical up 34%. She's going parabolic, isn't she? Bitcoin trying to lift. I want to see Bitcoin break that pennant. And then I want to see what's going to happen. Rigetti's up over 10. ARK is up 5%. GameStop's at $24. Down to the VWAP on AI. GWH is up 4.8. Netflix. How are you looking? Up coin. What was it? Coin down. Hard down on Coinbase. Down towards the 200. Hopefully it bounces off that. Come on, Trka. Right, let's see. What do we got, guys? MMAT up 4.6. Lucid down to 3%. Still up on the day. VRM at about 147. TRKA, what doing? Trka, 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 Trka. Trka, Trka, Trka. Coming up on 400,000 in volume. Average is 640. And we're up 13.7 on TRKA. Coinbase trying back at VWAP. And Bitcoin is still independent. Coinbase coming back up towards that fib line through VWAP at the moment. I need C3 out of there. Bitcoin getting close to breaking my pennant. Joe B 33 still. So I wanted to pull San because I know some of you guys are in it. Let's see. IonQ to 11 now. Okay. Cup on trka. Looking for a handle. And we are above the trajectory line. Oh, that's enough, please. HYZN up 3.2. Terka. Terka going for an intraday high. Close. Let's see. I'm gonna draw some alerts on C3, and then I'm gonna pull C3 off screen for the moment. Bitcoin breaking out of the pennant potentially. Come on. I'll just find it on my own. Coinbase back towards the 48. Go EV spinning around, trying to invalidate that death cross. It is underneath VWAP though. MCLD up 13.6. I'm sure that's light volume though, as per usual. Go EV. Trying to get rid of that death cross. Bitcoin trying up. Wow, Mullen is down to 11.5 cents. San trying to come back. Joby is 35 now. Still on trajectory. IonQ, just such a strong looking chart. Same thing with Open. Like IonQ and Open both just look so strong. Rigetti's now up 12. ARC is up 5.3. AI just underneath the 48. RSI is a 51 on C3, and it's underneath the MACD. RSI on Coinbase is a 53.80. And RSI on Bitcoin is a 53. And it's pretty much inside the MACD. Did I set an alert there? Did I set an up alert on C3? I don't think I did. Looking for a handle right there on Coinbase. TRKA getting us pushed down. Bitcoin trying up. Remember, guys, yell something out if you guys see it. IonQ up to 13 now. Right. IonQ, still just beautiful trajectory on it. Beautiful trajectory. MCLD is now 15. Carvana has about 9. Bitcoin trying up. It's got to take out that relative high. It looks like it wants to. Bitcoin up. Back down to the fib line on Coinbase. IonQ just going vertical. That's all I could say about it. Let's check out Snapchat real quick. Ooh. I mean, we'll call it just 1150. It's going to be trying to invalidate a depth cross here, though. That 48's coming down. It's at VWAP right now. Dollar strength is almost at 103. Down on the day, though. Apple's up 0.7. Google has 1% up. Roku up 1.7. Still trying to complete the spin on GoEV. Vaxart now up 3.6. Bitcoin looks like it, or Coinbase looks like it wants to get it. Palantir up 4%. And spinning. Bitcoin. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Next level, please. AI, nice strong up candle. RSI on Bitcoin is a 65. To 14% up on IonQ. 14 and a half. FRCB, hello. What are you doing? Hold on a second. I gotta retweet something as well. Fuck. Bear with me. RCB up over 70%. Okay, bad. FRCB. Heads up on Coinbase. And it's hard to take a lot of these off the screen. Joby almost at 34. Give me 1 second. Alright. FRCB. We're doing. I have an alert. I think I have an alert on that, right? I don't know what to pull off the screen right now because I want to pull up TRKA, but here, I guess I can pull Bitcoin off here for a second. They all just look like they want to shoot, so I don't want to pull them. Trka to 222. Trying to stay on trajectory. CXAI 9.5. Open back to 12.5. IonQ 1480. VRM 147 still. Carvana up over 12. Oh wow, look at that move on Carvana. Straight vertical. Straight up. GameStop. I don't know what to fucking pull right now. Alright, I have an alert on Coinbase, so I'll do GME right here. GME. Come on. I hate this shit sometimes. Notice how webull never does this. There we go. Oh, GameStop. Yep. Nice move. Through that support resistance line. Up to about 24.30. Ion Q14. Joby now at 36%. Our size at 52 on Coinbase. Seeing a little bit of a mini pennant right there, it looks like. Very, very small. Hopefully it could lift out of there. Carvana up 12.5. Ion Q to 14. Overstock up 7.5. GWH up 6, 6.5 on IoT. Netflix is up 4.3. DNA to 167. Vaxart up almost 4%. Hard down on Coinbase. Waiting for a handle on Bitcoin. That's close. And back down on Coinbase. Lame. EVTL at 5%. Vana back up to the trend line and up 12.5%. IoT pushing for the intraday high. Just off of it now. Nope, just grabbed it back. Joby 35.8 up. Looking for a handle on C3. Looking for a handle on Go EV as well. And I want to pull Bitcoin back up again, just so you guys can see what's going on. It's coming down towards the 48. On the 48 for Bitcoin. IonQ 15% on IonQ. Carvana now 13. Carvana next leg. MCLD just it's hopping all over the place actually. IonQ testing that drawing through the drawing up 15.6. Bitcoin's trying to bounce off the 48. IonQ vertical. FRCB to 70% up, 69.5, whatever it is. Just off the intraday high. Nice little cup right there as well. Joby about 36%. SBNY just shot 27% up. Vaxart now up 5.3. IonQ coming back down for some support. It's probably gonna cool off on the RSI as well. RSI, wow, no. RSI is a 53. I thought it'd be hotter than that. Sun, still about the same level, close. Joby starting to lift a little bit. I think IonQ is just cooling off that RSI. I think it's going to continue. SBNY now up 31%. Watch for Bitcoin off to 48. Trka came down a little bit. It's all right. I actually wouldn't be surprised if it came down 2 VWAP. Joby's trying to stay on a trend. C3 looking for a handle. Carvana. Gonna go again or what? GME. Oh no, you already said GME. Never mind. Still at a relative high. Or the relative high. Looking for a bounce on Coinbase. Joby is up 37. Just underneath that trajectory line. They're trying to super trend Coinbase up. Palantir has 3.8 up. Joby above the trend line. Sens is now up 6.38. Sens went vertical. VRM trying to twist up as well. IoT 27.5. Bitcoin. Let me go ahead and I want to do something quick. SBNY still up 27. Joby up 37 now. Trying to stick to that trend line. Trying to hold 70 cents on FRCB. Bitcoin, RSI is at 55. ARC up 5%. GWH is 3.7. Go EV is kind of pissing me off. Alright, Snap, only up 1%. The EMAs are in line, though, on Snapchat. C3 trying to push up. Shall. Yeah, your Carnival, when you asked me about Carnival Cruise Lines, it has moved up, what, every day since? That was a great mention. Great, 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 great mention. Joby up higher to 38.3. Yep, like 10% every day. Yep, you're not wrong. Wait, did I add this to my watch list or no? Hold on. No, I didn't. Airlines were doing well yesterday as well. How was your vacation and where'd you go? It was awesome. You went to San Fran? Word. I'm not the biggest fan of San Fran. But I'm glad that you had fun. You're going to Alaska next month. Damn, you must have a lot of Carnival Cruise Line. Wait, you're saying O-N-O-N? O-N-O-N? Bitcoin's on a super up. Joby's also forming a cup. Shits doesn't care about the market. Well, that's how IonQ and that's how Open is moving. Like, it just doesn't care what everything else is doing. I gamble, so just pay port. So it's 400 to go. Oh, so you're actually going on a Carnival Cruise Line? I was just guessing. I was just fucking with you. You are nice. Um, yeah, on the daily, that does look nice, Sean. Is ON? To add to the watch list. Uh, Joby, new intraday high again. Here, give me 1 second. I have to let Lucky in, but then I want to tell you about this one Carnival cruise I went on. So, Joby up. Let's see. Joby's up 40% now. So, during the whole C word. Yeah. During the whole C word pandemic, I racked up, what's it called? I got miles that I had to use within a certain timeline. So, in 3 days' notice, I planned a cruise. I got the second to last room on the boat, and I only paid like $300 a person, which I thought was just like ridiculous. And that was from Jacksonville to the Bahamas. And then obviously plus the drink package. EVTL. I traveled so much during C, never caught it. Right? Bitcoin is trying to get that handle. EVTL is trying for new highs. IoT is up 7%. Trka is to 219. Volume on TRKA is almost at average. Doing very well on volume today for TRKA at the moment. We were doing very well on TRKA the other day in volume, and then it just shut off, and then that's when we started to slide. So let's just hope that we continue with the demand. Opened 13.5-ish. Carvana and INQ off the highs. Joby, as you can see, just waiting on a handle. C3 AI looks like it wants to push up. C3. 4.5 on Vaxar. And Matt, 4.5. Joby. AI is getting a push. Hopefully it takes out that red relative high. Bitcoin, RSI is at 59 on top of the MACD. Sends is up 7.5%. Thank you, Sean. For the load, that'd be ideal. Do 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 do. There we go. Coming up to 73 here on Coinbase. AI is trying to push as well. Why is this fucking frozen? Don't tell me you froze. There we go. Okay. All right. There we go. AI pushing. TRKA. What are you doing? See a little bit of green there. C3 moving up. Bitcoin. Nice push. Trka to 219. Bitcoin's getting that a nice shove there. Hopefully we take out that high. I want to get out of this GAN fan level again. The GAN fan goes up to like 30,600. C3 with a shove. Joby at about 40%. LiDAR's up 5.6. MBOT to 294. I like MBOT under $3. Bitcoin's trying to shake a little bit. Volume on AI at the moment is 17.25 mil. Average is 33. Coinbase is 14.73 million in volume. Average is showing 17. And Turka is at 608,000. Average is 672. Joby over 40%. I guess I did put an alert on that. Put 3 of them. Okay, AI. Just off the intraday high. Coinbase pushing up as well. RSI on Bitcoin is a 54.2. No, Mom, I silenced you because I can't concentrate and be on my phone without people leaving live stream, which is why I am not responding to that chat. That's why. Go EV came back a little bit. I'll take it. Go EV with a gold cross. RSI on Go EV is a 70. It's across the MACD now. Coming up on that GAN fan level that I've been talking about nonstop. Up 13% on TRKA. Sorry, the blue lines on this seem to be wrong, so I just wanted to go ahead and I wanted to draw a new pennant. Bitcoin pushed down below the 48. C3 AI is having trouble getting over the support resistance mark. And Coinbase is at the 48 at 72.5. RSI on C3 is a 66. RSI on TRKA is a 60. VRM to 149. IonQ back up to about 16%. Just off the intraday high. Going for it again. Joby still has 40%. Bitcoin trying to retrace. MNTS up 11. ARC has about 5. Vaxart is up 6%. ENVX now up 5. Apple about to hit a $3 trillion market cap. Qs moving nicely. Pushing highs of the day on the Qs. Coinbase down to a fib line, just above VWAP, down to VWAP. I'm looking for something to throw on Ape's screen. Cent up 3. Light volume now, of course. About half average volume on Cent at the moment. Towards the 200. Well, I had VWAP on Coinbase, I should say. Snap about 1.1 up. Down to the 48 on a super trend. Amazon has 0.8 up. Go EV's out of the gutter. Up 3. Gold Cross as well. We wicked down to the 200 on Coinbase. Big old cup on Go EV. Google has 1.5 up. Well, let's see. Roku just off 2%. Neuro to 94 cents. EVgo to 395. GameStop to 24.26. DNA to 6% up. Strong chart on DNA. Ooh, shit. Very strong chart on DNA. Netflix 4.5 up. JMI up 5%. Vaxart 6%. ARC 5.6. Oh wait, I gotta do something real quick as well. Let's see. AI back up towards that support resistance line. And Coinbase bouncing off VWAP. Sends up 6.5. IoT is up 7.3. Strong chart from IoT. EVTL is up 9. Just off the high of the day. Joby over 40%. Ion Q still headed up, just under 16%. EOs. We haven't talked about EOs in a minute. I thought they had a deficiency issue. Maybe not. Oh no, maybe they did have one and they did a reverse split. Does that sound accurate? I mean, unless they just like organically grew that much. Don't remember, just in the ride? Word. I had the 200 on Coinbase. Money's up 13. SBNY up 30. FRCB well off the highs. Oh, Coinbase just slipped through the 200. Right. Joby's still climbing. 41%. Congrats if you guys grabbed this first thing when we talked about it. We talked about it literally right before open. I think it was up like 10%, maybe like 8% when we first started talking about it. Congrats if you grabbed it. Ion Key's having a tough time breaking the trend line. Hard down on C3 as well. Bitcoin just off the 200. Lucid up 5.16. Oof. Hard down across the board there. Gotta get out of the GAN fan zone on Bitcoin. Getting a push up off to 200 on Bitcoin. Seeing it in Coinbase. Open That VWAP. If I were to draw a ray right there, it would be a descending wedge. I don't want to do it though, because like, for instance, look at my Coinbase chart. It's just too dirty at the moment. I don't want to dirty it up. C3 trying right there. And Joby looks like it wants to continue on my trend line. What did Coinbase open today? 69 bucks? Okay. Watch for a bounce off the 200. Money up 14. SBNY up 35% now. This is up 5.6, pushing for, yeah. I mean, it's in a nice cup. Just off the intraday high. Pushing for a handle. Bitcoin trying off to 200. Beautiful trade if you guys took this under 6 when we talked about it. It was at like 550 2 days ago, I believe. Beautiful trade. MCLD now up 16% on light volume. IonQ now up 16%, 16.4. DNA still at 6%. Toro has 4%. GameStop 24.23. Bitcoin just underneath the 200. Hopefully we could regain that. If not, we might feel some pain. And Matt towards 20 cents. TRKA to 12.2 up. Oof, down on C3. Down on C3 towards the 200. Coinbase down as well. And Bitcoin towards the VWAP underneath 200 right there. Hopefully dollar strength could come back down again. That'd be wonderful. Back to went red. Snap still at 1.2. Gush is up 2.2. Go EV has the EMA straightened out. 200's about to go through the VWAP. MBOT is at 297. GVO up 5.2. And MAD up 6.7. Sens has 7%. Just off the intraday high for Sens. Sens is light on volume though at the moment. VRM sell 148. Money's up 14. IonQ has 15%. FRCB down off the highs, but still up 40%. Trka. Pull TRKA up. Off the highs for Joby, still up 36%. Open at 12. AI is coming down towards that 200. 200's on top of VWAP now, though, for C3. Bitcoin is just figuring out what it wants to do at VWAP. Hopefully that's a spin on AI. AI's RSI is a 29. Let's see. RSI and Bitcoin's at 38. QBTS has about 7% up. Stoff. Mars down 1.4. Snapchat is just sitting in a potential cup and handle setup. Bitcoin's kind of just pissing me off, sitting where it's not doing anything. Pick a direction already. RSI is at 33 on Bitcoin at the moment. Backed is red. Uh-oh. Slightly underneath VWAP on Bitcoin. Please don't. I hope we don't dump right now. We actually, we might. I hope this isn't a double top. AI to 200. Hard down on Coinbase. Hard down on AI. Hard down on Bitcoin. Google still up 1%. Let's get a reverse rather than a yank. We just went right on Coinbase. Trka still has 12.34 up. Bitcoin trying back towards VWAP. Put it in reverse, Terry. Put it in reverse. Our size is 36 here. IonQ to almost 16%. Trying to get that reversal. Bitcoin above VWAP. Still underneath the 200 though. C3 is coming up towards VWAP. And it looks like we're getting a candle on Coinbase as well. I really just want an explanation as to why there's so many FRC tickers all of a sudden. You know what I mean? Like, I wish somebody knew. Because I don't want to have to go through every single filing. Coinbase trying back. Nice. I'll take it. Get up there. AI's RSI is at 32. Just underneath 200. Or just underneath VWAP, I should say. Sorry. Money is now up 22%. There's like no volume on it though. Joby obviously off the highs. Still up 36%. MNTS is up 11. Remember, MNTS has a deal with SpaceX. IonQ up 16. Going for intraday highs on IonQ. Just off. The 24 is on the 200 to the downside on Bitcoin. I don't like that. IonQ's coming up though. 2 trend. FXR 5.3. Oh. C3 coming for a potential double bottom. Hopefully it holds. Netflix just lost 1%. Give me 1 second. I gotta do something on my other screen here. Okay, sorry about that. IonQ took the high of the day. C3 trying up through the 200 and VWAP. Trka 10.8 up. IonQ 17.5. Snap only 0.5% up. Roku just lost 1.5%. IonQ stretching almost 18%. And MAD up 6.7. Sens almost 8%. Still pushing intraday highs here for IonQ. VRM 147 chilling. Perka 11. Bitcoin. RSI and Bitcoin's at 38. And obviously we're heavily relying on it. C3 again towards the 200. Bitcoin trying back above VWAP. Hopefully we get the push to stick. Wow, Mullen down 14%. Son down 20. Fingered at 333. Carnival still at 17. CXAI holding on to 10. Trka, come on, babe. Get up there. I see the red line. The ask is moving up, but the bid isn't following. Watch out for reversal snipes on SOXL. SOXL. Hold on a second. Let me pull her up. SOXL. Next week, 24 fives are only $72 on SOXL. Not financial advice, of course. But if you think that the movement is going to continue, then might be a play. Apple 188.50. Snap coming down to unch as well. So XL, what are we doing? Dow is down 0.4%, S&P is down 0.29, and the Nasdaq is down 0.12. So XL. I gotta do something off screen again. Give me a second. Good, screw them. Okay. Up to the 24 on SOXL. GameStop at 24. IonQ to 17.5. Just off the day high. Still on that trajectory path as well. Mullen off the lows, still down 13.5 though. IonQ trying. IonQ up. Didn't like it all that much. BTC. Oh boy. RSI is a 36 on Bitcoin. Qs. Let's see. . Beautiful. Q's at support resistance line as well. Hopefully that's going to be a bounce off. Yeah, double top. Came down. Hopefully that's enough to save it. 435 on SPY. C3 AI is trying on a super. IonQ is growing. $18.13 up on IonQ. Still sliding there on Bitcoin. Back into my drawing though, the prior descending wedge that I had drawn. Alright, chill out, guys. Shh. 18.5 on IonQ. About to grab an intraday high, it looks like. Coinbase, can you return from the dead here? Or no? RSI on Bitcoin is a 36.3. IonQ. Man. C3 looks like it wants to bust the pennant though. Coinbase is trying up. AI is trying to break the pennant. Bitcoin made it down to that previous drawing that I had, and now it's trying to bounce back, it looks like. It's just underneath the support resistance line. Carvana back to 11.5. DNA has almost 7. ADD 8.8. Open 12.2. They're sucking the life out of us right now. Just grinding lower. RSI on Bitcoin, 31. FRCB trying to bounce off the 200 and VWAP. It's slightly above the 48 right now. Ever so slightly. Joby is 38%, just off the high. Trying to back up. About to grab a 1348. Trying to split the cloud right there on IonQ. Or on Joby, excuse me, not IonQ. Bitcoin still sliding. Joby trying to split it. Coinbase is just moving freaking sideways here as Bitcoin's falling. However, I'd much rather it move sideways than have it come down. Super trend up on C3 to the 48. Buzz, let's trade info. I need 5-day TA from you and cost bar on one ticker. I can get cost bar for you on. What ticker are you talking about? Like, we don't have to trade. I'll just do it for you. Just kidding. Okay. You're in supply. You want to take out at least 658. At least 658. See how you're right into supply? Now, this is the 1 hour chart. You're in a big cup in supply on the 1 hour. And you're doing price action just above the 200. The 13 is right there trying to cross up. And that's, again, the 1 hour. So that's good to see the EMAs like that. On the 30-minute, you're about to get a gold cross. 48 is just underneath the 2. Like, it could definitely go ahead and move here shortly. I think if we have until all, I think we may be closer than a lot of people think we are. Yeah, but I'd be looking out for like 658 to like 6. I mean, we could call it 660, and then your high line would be 665. Coinbase to a double bottom. Yep. Looks like Bitcoin's trying back. Down to a double bottom. Is it fair to say when US is doing bad, red day 8? Not all the time. I'm waiting on Mega Cap to dump so the pennies could run. Go EV. EMAs are straightened out here on GoEV now. I got you. In between the VWAP and the 200 on C3. Netflix 3.5%. Lucid just lost 5%. And RPI jumped. Nah, that's a penny stock though, so keep that in mind. It's up 63% now. Carvana down, still at 9%. Trka up 12. And down on AI. Name. Down to a potential double now on AI. VRM, so 148. IonQ just underneath, well, has 18 back. Neuro, yeah, gaps. Just about everywhere there. EVgo, still under 4. Looks like Bitcoin's trying to curl. That would be wonderful. Wonderful. GameStop just lost 24 bucks. Only reason I'm in HKD is for its liquidity fairy movement it provides for hedge funds. They take that cash and drown out U.S. securities. Yeah, they kind of do, so I'm not hating on it. Not hating on it at all. MBOT's at 291. Seeing green on AI and Coinbase trying back up. We are underneath VWAP here though on AI. 149 on VRM. And Matt, 20 cents. Oh, just lost it. Trka to 13. Bro, don't even get me fucking started. Don't, like... I might have to move, I might have to, sell my house or rent it out and get make my dad be the landlord and move down there. I was gonna go to what's it called? I was gonna go to what was it? The Bahamas, and we were just gonna like move there, but my one dog might not be allowed in, so there's that issue. But her family's building a house that should be done like around Christmas. So then, I mean, we would have a free place to live down there. I mean, it's just a clusterfuck. To answer your question completely. 5% on Toro. I mean, me and her are excellent, and she's not from Colombia, by the way. Her and I are excellent, but it just like the situation sucks. IonQ has 18. American allowed to own property? No, she's from Argentina. Argentina, not Colombia. If you want to run the same Google search for Argentina, that would be dope, though. Bitcoin, trying back, as is Coinbase and C3. It's 85% less. Sounds like I should move to Argentina. Plus, we would have pretty much a free place to stay. All I'd have to do would be pay for utilities. I just have to make sure that I could trade down there, because I don't know the trading laws down there. I mean, worst case scenario, I just end up, like, you know, holding some things, like my long-term holds, and just playing crypto back and forth. Like, I could do that. That wouldn't be an issue. TRKA trying up. 14.8. At the day high. IonQ to 19.5 up. Joby is almost 39%. Go ahead. Give us some lift. RSI and Bitcoin's at 47.8. VRM up 8. Carvana up 9. Opens up almost 14. 19.5 though on IonQ. Love it. Only thing is out there is 20% more crime. Plus, being an American, you might have a target on your back. But if you live closer to the city, well, no. So I wouldn't be living closer near a city. I'd actually be living out kind of in the middle of, like, I mean, I don't want to say in the middle of nowhere, but like, how can I explain this? Her family owns a farm. Like, is that enough detail? So yeah, her family owns a farm. So I mean, it is what it is. IonQ up. Still pushing new highs on IonQ. Bitcoin's still trying with that recovery. AI is underneath the 48. Hopefully we can punch that cloud. Coinbase is already in the middle of the cloud, above the 48. We'll make sure they have AC running water. And, well, they do. They just don't have the highest quality of internet, which could be an issue. But it would be enough for me to execute trades for sure. I just don't know if it would be much or enough for me to and upload videos. I don't know if I'd be able to stream, but yeah. Coinbase in between the 48 and the 200. Looking for a handle now on Bitcoin. Carvana 9.5 up. Ooh, TRKA 14. Get up there. We have friends that moved to Ecuador. And how do they like it? IonQ to 20.5%, almost 21%. All right, here we go. Looks like we're starting to spin. Give me some upwards pressure, please. Trka. That's right. Trka, 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 Trka. They love it. Have they talked about the cost of living with you or no? Uh, 13 is through the 200, and we're slightly on top of the 48 still here on C3. On Coinbase, we are underneath the 200. But we are over the 48. DNA up 8% now. VRM up 8%. Lots of Americans in Ecuador. Word. 50% less. Gotcha. IonQ 20.6 up. Joby just off 40%. And then FRCB well off the highs. Still up 37% though. Coinbase trying with Bitcoin. RSI on Coinbase is a 66. Now AI has to punch that cloud. Let's see. Bitcoin. Come on, babe. Costa Rica? Eh. See, the whole thing about moving to, like moving down that... Oh. Watch out, guys. There's a gap right here. Hopefully we fill it first. The whole thing about moving down there is I would have a place to stay already accounted for. Yeah, the unfortunate part though is the what's it called, the what am I thinking about? The inflation rate. But if I'm getting paid in US dollars, that would actually be beneficial for me. TRKA, she might just go. And she might just say, fuck the gaps. Western influence bring up their numbers, so there's a trade-off. Yep, TRK is... Yeah, just trust the blue line. The blue line didn't move yet, so... That should be telling. Follow the blue line. C3 is trying to get that 13 over the 48. But there is a small gap right in here on TRKA. Which I'm hoping it fills soon. Bitcoin's RSI is 51.7. 13's on the 48 now for AI. 13's on the 48 for Coinbase. But I'll let you out when Lucky's done. Carvana over 10 again. Turka. Alright, I'm gonna draw this gap, even though you guys might not be the biggest fans of it. Let's see. Hold on a second. Turk is up 20. C3, 13 over the 48, 24 is coming. C3 punching the cloud. Bitcoin just off the 48. And we have the 13 over the 48 coming up on the 200 for Coinbase. IonQ now is 21%. Just underneath 48 there. Open to 14. MNTS 12.5 up. AI. Come on, babe. IoT still at 6% as well. 19% there on TRKA. Give me 1 second, guys. My bad. Oh, Turka, hello. Remember, follow the blue line, though. Follow the blue line. C3 is looking pretty froggy. Look at that double bottom off of the VWAP and the 200. We do have that gap back down, though, on TRKA, so don't, be, like, beating your head off of a wall if we don't, or if we do come down. Because I'd rather fill the gap than leave it there. Joby back to 40% up. SBNY just off 30. Open has 13.5 up. Ivana just off 10. 12 on MNTS. NRPI is up 63%. DNA to 174. It's up 8.5. We're still trying to punch this cloud on AI. EV Go just underneath $4. Sticking to that like old trajectory path that I drew on AI. A lot of indecision there with the wicks. RSI on C3 is a 61. RSI on Coinbase is a 49. Just underneath the 48 right there. 48 EMA. See what volume is on TRKA. Volume is well above average. It's like 1.5 times average volume at the moment. FRCB, trying to bounce off the 200. Well off the highs. Still up 40% though, 41. I wouldn't be surprised if this came around and formed like a big old cup into the end of the day. IonQ 21.6. That is fighting for the intraday high again. Just continuous throughout the day with this. New highs. Candle after candle. Joby 41% up. Just off the high of the day. C3 Trying to get a shove. C3. I would love some help from Bitcoin. C3. Get up there, babe. Well, I'm back to 12 cents. C3. Go ahead. She's trying to go vertical. RSI on C3 is a 70.8 on top of the MACD. Good volume on TRKA. You're saying Lucid? Okay. Yeah, Lucid looks nice. But for me, like, I would have bought Lucid. If I was going to make a play on Lucid, I would have bought it when it was like 550 and we were talking about it like 3 days ago. You know what I mean? Like, now it just seems like it's a little bit too hot for me. Come on. There we go. Rivian. Up 5.6. Hello? Yeah. Wait, is it like steak or is it just like beef? Oh, okay, then yeah, no, I'll do one of each. That's fine. I didn't even realize. Well, if you could tell them that, that'd be awesome. All right, thank you. Oh, and if you okay, if you could tell them to put medium rare on it, that'd be ideal. Thank you. Bye. Sorry. Bitcoin. Hopefully that tries up for us. DNA up now 9%. $149 on VRM. I'm at just under 20 cents. IoT 27.34. JMaya 5.5 up. About to get out of the cloud on Coinbase, and we are still on the trajectory line for C3. I just want to come down and fill that gap first on TRKA. That's all. Not asking for much. Qs are pretty much unch. Lucy, pretty much unch as well. They're hiring Frank as well, Lucy. So everybody's aware. Alright, we're getting a hard down on TRKA. Hopefully you fill the gap. Close to filling the gap. Fill the gap. Come on. Don't be a whore. This mini little pennant there on Coinbase. AI, stick to that trajectory, please. All right, we fill the gap on TRKA. Now we can go up. Coinbase is really, really tight in that pennant. Carvana is now up 11 again. Fuck, I thought I deleted that. Bitcoin starting to spin. Let's see. Almost 10% on DNA. Almost 22% on IonQ. Joby has 40. Volume on TRKA is 967,000. Average is 689. So that's good. I just don't want to throw away our gains because we're above average on volume. Or if it does head down, I want it to go down on low volume and pretty much stay tight where we are. Bitcoin's trying on a super. Got 22% on IonQ. Open to 15. Hopefully that pops that flag. Too tight on Coinbase. Way too tight. Coinbase? Trying to break to the upside. That 48's right there. It's got to overtake the 48. Trka. Trying back. No gaps. Came back and filled that. FRCB to 48% up. That's a dub. Ion Q 22.18 on money. VRM to 149. If you guys bought this when I was screaming it at like 90 cents, congratulations on your trade. It took a little bit longer to develop than I would have liked, but congrats on the trade nonetheless. GameStop 24.30. Coinbase is getting a hard push down, back into the cloud. I definitely want to pay attention to the volume here, though, on TRKA. If we're going to be heading down. We're currently at 977. And we're coming up on 2 o'clock. Alright, let's see. RSI on Bitcoin is a 44. C3, ouch. Bitcoin's trying to pop the pennant. Go ahead. I want to break this larger pennant. Just because we have that resistance line right there. Open 14%. Joby still with 40. FRCB 46. Vana 11.5. MNTS almost 13%. POAI is up 4%. Neuro 2.4. Hard down on Coinbase. Ouch. Go EV just lost 2. Coinbase trying to make a move back. RSI and Bitcoin to 47.5. All right, we just hit 1 million at 151. So let's just keep track of volume. QBTS 8.5 up. MMAT 7 up. Carnival Cruise 8.4 up. DNA 9.7 up. Vana almost 12 up. 15 on open. I'm gonna click on IonQ quick. IonQ just still pushing new highs of the day. I don't know if there's really gonna be much to stop this. Is this about to go for another leg? IonQ might go vertical here. Go ahead, give us some lift. FRCB still 46 up. Nice. MBOT still under $3. Mullen back under 12 cents. Sun down 20%. GTII to 76.5 cents. Wolf down 5%. IonQ still trying to go vertical. Trying to super trend Coinbase to the 48. Just underneath the 48 on Bitcoin. Ape is all the way down to 173. IonQ still headed north. Cosm down to 306. Finger to 318. Look at this. Just non-stop up. RSI is a 72 on IonQ. To the 48 on Bitcoin. At the 48 on Coinbase. Still going north on IonQ. Alright. Sean's saying SDC, so IonQ's coming down. Hello. Yeah, just follow the blue line though. Until that blue line moves out, like, it means nothing. They're trying C3 up, C3 AI up. It's over the 48. All right, now I would expect it to move if it's going to. Carvana to 12%. Nice recovery. Nice recovery. DNA has 10%. Carvana. And Carvana is vertical. GWH is 5.5. Still trying to break that larger pennant on Bitcoin. VRM to 150. $200 is coming up on the VWAP for VRM. C3 just coming back down towards the 200. Bitcoin trying that pennant again. Good eye on Q. Bitcoin's RSI is a 51.7. Trying Coinbase again towards the 48. And it is about 2 o'clock. Let's see what volume is on TRK. Volume, a mil. We'll just call it a mil. Coinbase. To the 48. AI trying with the super. ARC is up 7.8. Oh, guys, SPCE is having their first commercial flight tomorrow. So everybody's aware. Oh, Coinbase trying up. I was kind of like in deliberations or whether or not I should draw this. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. It's a little better. Coinbase. Get up there. Trka, get up there. AI, get up there. Bitcoin, go ahead. Bitcoin, get going. RSI and Bitcoin to 60. Tell me this shit didn't freeze on me again. There we go. Okay. Not frozen. All right. Beautiful. Coinbase is still trying to lift, as is AI. Coinbase has to go through the Sonic R and the 200 yet. Give me 1 second. I gotta see if Bella's ready to come in. She's not ready yet. 10% on DNA, 13% now on Vana. 13.4 on Vana. 20% on Turka. Well, 19. IIQ to 23. Oh, Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Go ahead, C3. 13 over the 48 on Coinbase. C3. We gotta take out these relative highs. Hard down on Bitcoin. Oh. VRM 150. QBTS now up 10.5. Corvana just off 13. Joby has 43%. Coinbase. Get up there. About to get that 13 over the 48 on Bitcoin too. Go ahead. RSI on Bitcoin is at 53.5. C3 up. Hopefully we see it in Bitcoin. Turka just off 20% up. C3 over those relative highs though. Got to get over 36. Trka. Follow the blue line on TRKA though. Well, follow the blue line on everyone. I'm at work, but keep checking in. Today's doing incredible in the market. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Today is a good day. FRCB to 49%. I wish TRKA would pull like a BDTX or whatever the hell it was yesterday that went like 235%. Other than that, I have no complaints. But that's totally unrealistic. Let's see. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh my god, yeah. RSI on Coinbase is at 55. RSI on C3 is a 70. Bitcoin's RSI is a 51.50 at the 48 right now. Slightly over the 48, it looks like. Lucid is at 650. IoT is up 6.3. MMAD up almost 7%. VRM to 151, 150. DNA has 10. Carvana has 12. Open 15. IonQ 22. And Joby still at 40. Okay. We are following this trend at least on Bitcoin. Oh, look at Coinbase. Let me that bell in. Good girl. My bad. I'm back. Okay. Bitcoin, get up there. That 13's trying to separate off the 48. Let's see volume. Volume on TRKA is a 1.03 mil. Carvana. Nice cup that it formed there. Waiting on a handle. Bitcoin. Trying to make a move. Maybe. Joby just over support resistance. RSI on Bitcoin's at 58. Lost 20% on TRKA. Yep. That's what I'm saying, Justin. What I am saying. Holding down 150 on VRM nicely. Coinbase over average volume now. It's only up 1%, but it's over average volume now. Bitcoin's trying higher. Coinbase likes that, it looks like. Towards the 200 on Coinbase. you doing? Towards the 2. Not quite there yet. Almost. Oh, wick to it. I want to maintain it. How's volume on AI now? Let's look at that. AI is at 22.36 mil, average is 33. And it is quarter after 2. This is a nice cup and handle setup for TRKA. A little bit of price pressure from Bitcoin and we'd be in good shape. Open has 15.5. SBNY, remember that's OTC now, but it is up 31%. FRCB, again, OTC, but she's up 48%. $24 is trying to go through the 48 on Bitcoin right there. What are you doing, Bitcoin? Netflix has 4% back. Open just off 16%. Coinbase looking for a handle. Oh, give me something. Give me something. AI. Trying to take out that relative high. To the 200 again on Coinbase. TRKA. Just off the day high. Coinbase going for the 2. Trka. Us longs would definitely benefit from Bitcoin blasting right here. Go ahead. We still have to make it through the 200 before we get to the GAN fan level, but I just want to be in that GAN fan area, or like over that GAN fan area. Still trying at 200. RSI on Bitcoin's at 58. Turka. Turka. Bitcoin, come on, babe. We want to go higher. 0.5% up on Snap. AI's trying to stretch. Mullen down 15% again. No surprise there at this point. Wolf down 6%. FRCB to 48%. We just wicked down to the 48 on Bitcoin. Hopefully that was eat all the supply that we need to. TRKA chilling at 21% up almost. CXAI 11%. Carvana has 12. VRM still has 150. IoT 2740-ish. AI is kind of creeping up on us. In between the 48 there and the 200 in the Sonic R on Coinbase. RSI is a 55. RSI on C3 is a 65. RSI on TRKA is a 60. Bitcoin's RSI is a 50.2. And it's just off the 48. TRKA, what are you doing? We're going up. We're going up. Coinbase to 200. Oh, my numbers are fucking, like, pathetic. Just off 50% there on FRCB. Trying to bounce off the 48 for Bitcoin. Hard down on C3 to the 24. Looks like it's trying to engulf back. Looks like we're trying to get above the 200 here on Coinbase. Open has 16.7 up. SBNY now is almost 40% up. See, ooh, come on. Remember, follow the blue line, guys. Ignore the red line. Follow the blue line. Coinbase up. Come on, Bitcoin. You're next. C3 trying. Coinbase trying. AI up. Go ahead. Go ahead. Bitcoin. They tried to super it and it still couldn't take this. Volume is 1.12 mil on TRKA. Up 22.5 now. C3 pushing. Open is up 16.5-ish. Ion Q is up 23. Getting close on Bitcoin. Not quite there yet. I want to overtake 30,000 to 12-ish. Trying to go vertical on Coinbase. Bitcoin trying to go vertical. There's a retirement party at my work right now. Oh, you are in your glory then. TRKA is ripping and you have a wide selection. This is where I shot. Too low. Yeah, but if it's at your work, wouldn't Don find out? Mara, pretty much hunch. Bitcoin on its way towards a 2. She's here for the party. Oh boy. Bathroom quickies. We wicked to the 200, but couldn't take it on Bitcoin. Roku jumped 1% last time we looked. Hood to 1014. Rat-a-tat-tat. Wait, I'm assuming that that's a ticker. No. Wait. No. Oh. It's not. Okay. Pushing again towards the 2. Tall. Alright, now you have me confused. One more try. Oh, that's funny. You guys crack me up. Thank you guys for talking here. Thank you for talking here and not on like in the messenger, just because I can't look at my phone when There's messages going back and forth. Do we break 436? I don't know. Do we? Probably if Bitcoin's gonna act like this. I think so. It's going for a gold cross as well. Talal, no balls on you and Don work bathroom. Or work side room. 16% up on open, almost 17. Joby 41.5 up. Trying to solidify the 200 on Bitcoin. 24 is coming across the 200 on Coinbase. Google has 1.5 up. Man, oh man. IonQ 23%. Come on, Trka. Trka is at 1.17 mil. I really wouldn't be surprised if they drop news today with the volume spike. About to head back to the party. Had to take care of shit at the office. We'll have word. Are you? Wait a minute. Are you gonna pull an Allen? %17% on open. No, you don't have to call me. Please don't. I'm just busting balls. Just busting balls. Alright, so you are going to pull an Allen. Got it. GameStop, 24.36. Yeah, man. Inching higher on Coinbase. Coming back towards the 200 on Bitcoin. C3 trying up. Trying to take that relative high. Go get him. Go get him, Talal. Go get him. Coinbase. Yup. Yup. Get up there. Hmm. %17% almost here on open. Beautiful trajectory. Beautiful. Hard down on C3. 13.5 now up on CXAI. She's going vertical. Bitcoin, push up. Into the Sonic Aura now. CXAI, she could fly. Down on C3. See, they supered it down and see it bounce it back up. DNA, look at that growth as well. DNA. ARC now has 9%. It's gains. AI is down to the 48. No mas. Go EV's pissing me off. Labu back to 6. EV Go just off $4. Bella, stop it, please. Sticks to 9%. Give me 1 second. Let me stop the dogs. Okay. All right. Bella, please. Oh. CXAI to 14% now. Still trying to go vertical. Open to 17% now. IonQ to 23%. $23.5. Intraday highs. Or just off intraday highs. Nice cup there, waiting for a handle up. $13% on Vana. Carvana is over average volume, and it is 230. Nice cup on Carvana. QBTS 9, almost 10% up. Rigetti 12.5. And Matt 6.78 up. Joby 41%. Higher lows, nice growth out of that push down. Hard down on AI. We're going for a gold cross there on Coinbase. There's really not a drawing that I could put there. I don't think. Kind of liking Ride. I don't know, buddy. I was talking about Ride yesterday in pre-market. It might be too late for it. What is it? How far down is it now? Just be careful because it's a bankruptcy play. That's all I guess I could say. The play on it was yesterday in the morning. That was when the play was, in my opinion. Well, that's because they went bankrupt, or they're going bankrupt. Gold cross on Coinbase. Bitcoin it's slightly off having that 13 cross 200. Slightly. Hard down on TRKA. Hard down on Coinbase. RSI in Bitcoin is at 57. Open just off 17%. Ion Q 23.5. SBNY is 35%. VRM sell 149. MMAT 6.8 up. AI 6.5 off the highs, obviously. LiDAR 5%, POAI 4%, C3 trying back at the 48. TRKA got a hard down as well. RSI on Bitcoin is a 57, and it is on top of the MACD. EVTL up 8%. TRKA is trying to engulf. Right back. Bitcoin trying on top of the 200 finally. See if we can hold it. Maybe, just maybe. $12.5 on DNA, 14% on CXAI. Bitcoin, go ahead, take that. Man, oh man. What the fuck? Not touching it with a 10-foot pole, but MCOM could be snipe at 11 cents. I can't believe that I made it down to 11 cents. Go EV's trying to fight back. The 13's on top of the 200. 48's just underneath it as well. And it is slightly on top of VWAP. Uh-oh. Are we feeling dangerous? I'm feeling dangerous. I'm feeling fucking dangerous. Coinbase, get us up there. Come on. Bitcoin. Still 149 on VRM. QBTS now is 11.5. About 16% on MCLD. Ion Q to 23.5. Hard down on Bitcoin. Trka, what are we doing? 1.2 million in volume on TRKA. Let's be very, very mindful of that. We're going to pull up Carvana quick. Nice cup setup. This is going to be light volume, but I'm going to click on it anyway. Yeah, light volume on the cloud. Open. Grinding higher. Healthy growth. DNA. Pretty much an identical chart to open. QBTS at 12. There's a gap on QBTS. Heads up on that. Coinbase towards the VWAP. Trying to push Bitcoin above it as well. Potential double bottom right there on C3, if we could hold it. And pull up TRKA there. Bella, what are you whining for, honey? You were just outside. Same toxic financiers, perhaps. I'd have to look into it. To be quite honest with you, I don't know. What's it called? I don't know who the financiers are. Looking for that bounce to the flag. $1.21. Not much has changed. Coinbase over 20 mil in volume. Average is reading 17 now. C3 23.5 mil. We're 10 mil shy of average volume. Bitcoin's still trying to pop that 200 though. Carvana moving nicely. Carvana's trying to go vertical right now. Go ahead. IonQ to 24%. C3 with a push through the 48. Hard down to the 48 on Bitcoin. Hard down on Bitcoin. Hopefully we can engulf right back. Carvana still trying up. Carvana's still trying up like that. Makes me think that that's going to engulf. Mullen is now 15.5 down. Joby has 42.5. Coinbase trying to come back. IonQ to 24%. CXAI instead of Vana. Up almost 14%. C3. What are you doing? Waiting for a rip. Come on. 13's on the 48 and the 24 right now. C3 with the super. Still 1.21 million in volumes. Volume. GameStop. Okay. Maybe we could do GameStop. I have alerts set. Wow. GameStop. Healthy growth. Trying to go vertical. C3 AI followed that super trend up with a nice little candle. C3, go ahead. Coinbase, your turn. How's volume on GameStop? Volume is a little bit light on GameStop. We are about to go here into flex hour. 6 minutes till flex hour though. It's about 1.3 million shy in average or in volume. Mm. 7.5 up on GWH. VRM just lost 150. Down towards a support resistance line on Bitcoin. I'm pulling TRKA back up. Going for the gold cross there on GoEV. Over VWAP. Netflix up 3.6. And Matt up about 7%. DNA 11.5 up. IonQ 22 up. Open 15.74. Trka just lost 20. We go to Carvana. It's about to hit 14%. Carvana just off the high of the day. Go ahead, Coinbase. FRCB sells 47.5 up. TRKA, a little bit of a slide. Rigetti up almost 14%. QBTS has 10. Big news from Canada. Canadian lawmakers have published a comprehensive report supporting blockchain technology. Sorry, I think of blockchain, and the first thing I think of is XRP. Yeah, TRKA is doing things today. No news. I wouldn't be surprised if there was news in after hours, though, and this was sparked by people who knew the news, if that makes sense. C3, nice candle. Get up there. Take out those highs, please. Where the hell is my... There it is. Okay. Alright. Ion Q, 23%-ish. C3, what doing? RSI is a 65 on C3. QBTS just off 11%. GWH to 788. Up. LIDAR 583 up. Go EV just sitting there flat. TBLT is pretty much at 30 cents even. Just off 65 bucks on Square or Block. A went up 3%. $1.27 million in volume. C3 just had a candle freak out. RSI on Bitcoin's at 41. Back to 150 on VRM for the time being. Joby's up 41.5-ish. FRCB 47.5. Vana 13.5. That's a boring chart to watch on open. I'm gonna do that. Hard down on AI. They shoved down on Bitcoin to a prior resistance mark. Watch that Carvana is forming a handle. Could be a gigantic intraday cup. Down towards the 200 on AI. Down through the 200 on Coinbase. I think that like they shorted it down with Bitcoin headed up. because those came down really hard and fast with positive market movement. So I think that those are hard shorts. That's just my guess. Go ahead. Come. Make me right. Make me right, Bitcoin. To 200 on C3. There's a 5-minute on Bitcoin. Huh. Carvana trying back. C3 is trying to take back to 200. I don't know if it's really going to matter much unless Bitcoin moves up. Vaughn is still filling out the pennant at the moment. Joby lost 40%. QBTS filled that gap to the bottom side. In case anybody was worried about it. I should probably chart it though. QBTS. Down to support resistance on Bitcoin. QBTS is down to, well, it's up 9%, but down off the highs. Hard down on QBTS. Carvana, break that pennant. Break Z pennant. Up, 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 up. Come on. Bitcoin's trying to still lift. Let's pull trka, I guess. Oof. It's a little bull channel. Volume's now 1.27 mil. Coinbase headed towards 200. At the 200 on AI as well. Coinbase coming up. Almost at the 2. Carvana to 15%. Going vertical on Carvana. Carvana. Go ahead. Get up there. Get up there, Bitcoin. Bitcoin headed towards the 200. Over average volume now on Carvana by about 5 mil. Headed towards trend line on Coinbase. IonQ 24%. Joby 40. Inching higher. At the 2 on Bitcoin. Get up there. Clear this nonsense. DNA is up 11.5. IonQ just it's fighting for 24. FRCB to 50. That's still off the high. I want to look at these EMAs. Hold on a second. I want to zoom in. It appears as if the 13's on the 48 for Bitcoin. Coinbase, go ahead. QBTS just off 12%. VRM 150 again. Rigetti just off 14%. FRCB, one gigantic cup. AMC with a boom boom. Snap up. Snap's trying to go vertical at the moment. Hopefully we get over the Sonic R and that resistance line. Volume is about 9 million short on Snap. And we have about, what, 44 minutes left? Qs are unch. It's on the threshold list now for the third time this year, and yet they will try to tell you there's no such thing as naked short. They have a way of recycling them, so just... I don't know. The whole market, I don't know. The market plumbing, it's as a whole needs like a makeover, in my opinion. Because what's happening right now shouldn't be happening. Go ahead. Why isn't this loading? Thank you. That's not what I wanted to click on, but... C3 trying over the 48. Here's Go EV. Go EV has all of the EMAs on top of each other, and it's trying to push up. EV Go still under $4. C3 trying to push. POAI now up 9. She went vertical. DNA up 12.5. Rigetti now up almost 15. Carvana has 15 up. Bounce right out of the pennant. Love it. Carvana, you going for another leg or no? $13's coming up on the 200 for Bitcoin. IonQ just off 25%. FRCB to 67 cents. IonQ fighting for 25%. C3AI 13 over the 48. Look at this real quick. 292 on MBOT. Bitcoin eating supply in between the 48 and the 200. Looking for a handle on C3. Givo is up 8%, 8.2. QBTS just had 13, lost it. Rigetti just had, oh, wrong button, shit. Rigetti at 16% and moving north. SBNY to 42%. Open has 17. Trying to bounce out of that bull channel. Open. Nice strong moves on open. To the intraday high. One second. Come on, Lucky. Look here. Go back. Okay. Excel 1348. Okay. Yeah, volume's too light though for me to sit here and watch it at the moment. Top, extremely light volume. I actually don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. Do you want to Google it? Or we could Google it in after hours? Still trying to get these crossovers here. Bitcoin hard down. Oof. 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 $13 is through the 48 and the 200 at the moment. Carvana up 15%. Open has 18 now. Nice moves. Still holding 18. Coinbase below the 200 at the moment. That's because of the Bitcoin flush. Hopefully we could regain some ground there. SBNY now is 47.9 up. FRCB is 62% up. Nice big cup on FRCB. $1.31 million in volume on TRK. Pretty sure it is just not entirely. Pretty sure it is just not entirely sure either way if it is TRKA is trading over 90% ATS volume for the day. Wasn't that pretty much how it's been for like the past week? I feel like like every single day the last week you've said that. That's enough. Correct? Word. Bella, please. Sorry. Sorry, somebody's outside my house, so both dogs are freaking out. Bitcoin hard down. Alright, hopefully we engulf right back. That would be lovely. Nope. Under 30. Ballot, please. Coinbase, potential double bottom. 1 second. Do you need to go upstairs? Okay. Ballot, come here. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta fix this. Come here. Alright. That should fix that situation. So now we have a nice little pennant there, drawn out on C3. Bitcoin's trying off the bottom. RSI on Bitcoin is a 22. Remember the last time that TRKA went absolutely parabolic, Bitcoin shot down to a 7 first. QBTS is up 16%. QBTS going vertical. Oh, 18 on open. Bitcoin trying back. RSI is a 31. FRCB is up 71%. At the intraday high. 3 little soldiers on Bitcoin. If that finishes green. $24.24 on IonQ. Well, we didn't get the 3 little soldiers there, but we did get an inverted hammer. Down towards the 200 on C3. Bitcoin is drying up the bottom. Do we have 30,000 back or no? Okay, we just grabbed 30,000 back on Bitcoin. RSI is a 40. And we have a potential double bottom there on Coinbase. Q's pretty much hunch. Dow futures are down 0.4. S&P 0.22. And NASDAQ is up 0.08. Come on. There we go. MCLD is now up almost 20. 19.3. A lot of indecision there on Bitcoin. Look at the wicks. Large wicks on each side. Basically showing that it's tug of war in between the buyers and sellers. Like, they don't know which side to push it to. $18.3-ish up on open. FRCB still up 71%. TRKA is now 1.35 mil. At the 13 on Bitcoin. 1 minute. Hopefully that's a hard bottom on Coinbase. I'm going to draw it out. Hope to gosh that I'm right. Looks right. Okay. GameStop 24.60-ish. Netflix is up 3.5. GoEV is spreading out the EMAs and popping the pennant.
So we're looking again now to the early market on close imbalance, still sitting at 449 million to the sell side.
Q's Unch. Octo 145, chilling. Bull flag on BBIG. Snapchat's growing very nicely right there. Oh, you're saying bull flag on BBIG? Let's see. On what time frame? If anything, you look like a cup. With gaps. $30-minute time frame. Okay, all right. Never mind. You see cup as well. Got it. VIX to 1343. C3, what are you doing? Heads up on SOXL right there, just underneath VWAP. Snap 1.5 up. SOXL is going for VWAP. C3 with a candle. Lucid 644. And Matt, still same range, just under 7%. QBTS 12.5%. DNA 14%. Carvana just off 15. MCLD just off 9 or just off 18, excuse me. Our family favorite TRKA is up 18.88. FRCB to 74 cents, up 76%. And it is making new highs of the day. Come on, stay on trajectory. Get up there. SBNY up
Looking again for the early
60%.
market on close imbalance, still sitting at 449 million to the sell side.
Look at SBNY up 65%. Coinbase is trying up with a nice candle. We'll see. I think we're going to need Bitcoin's help, though. Open now is... Well, it had 19 there for a second. Trying to pop back up on trend there for Bitcoin. Trka volume 1.36 mil. We have about 13.5 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. Joby now is 42% up. Go EV, pushing higher. Right out of the drawing, love it. Ooh, just made a new high of the day as well on Go EV. Oh no, I'm sorry, it didn't. My bad. RSI is of 59.50 on Go EV. And it's just got flushed with a hard down. POAI still up about 10, almost 11%. AMC is still sending it? Oh, surprise. I think that it's going to be short-lived. I'm going to send V2 a message. Check that. Bitcoin up. Bitcoin.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 2.4 billion to the sell side, just waiting for those final orders. So that's the market on close imbalance settled at 2.4 billion to the sell side. Market on close imbalance for the NYSE, 2.4 billion to sell.
Yeah. Don't like that to the sell side. Court is very close to settlement. We will know by Friday whether the conversion will actually... The conversion's going to go through, in my opinion. And even if it doesn't, I still like 8 more. Still like 8 more. I could be wrong, but from what I've read, I can't, unless I was selling calls, I can't justify a reason as to why I would buy APE or AMC over APE. And this is something that Neil talked to me about. Who said Series A preferred shares are exactly that. They're preferred. So I just don't understand the issue. Oh no, I understand the issue, but the people who are making a big issue out of it are the ones that didn't read the paperwork regarding APE and didn't play it properly. Bitcoin coming back up towards the 48. Man, Coinbase. Ouch. GWH up 7 again. C3 AI trying on a super trend. Trka sliding towards the 200. Bitcoin trying up towards 48 again. $1.4 million in volume on TRKA. Let's remember that. Come on, Bitcoin. Just off the 48. Coinbase catching a little bit off a support resistance line. And C3 still in that pennant that I had drawn up. 150 still on VRM. Open to 1765. McLeod is now up to 20.7 up. Joby 41%. FRCB is up 77% now. Ion Q23. Come on. Even if they don't, it's still 1-to-1. Always has been. Exactly. And that's why I won't like AMC until they go 1-to-1 at least. That's the whole gist of it. C3 went hard down to the 200. Hard down on C3. To the 48 on Bitcoin. SBNY is up 57% now. Carvana 15.5-ish. Open 17.2. Trka fighting. Look how tight that's getting towards the 200. Why? Just watch out for TRKA and after hours, especially if Bitcoin moves up. Looks like 230 is resistance to me. Resistance support. On the 48 for Bitcoin. Just showing. FRCB up 72%. Open up 17. Carvana 15. McLeod about 16. Rigetti 15.5-ish. DNA is 13.5. VRM up 9. IoT's up 5. Lucid has 640. It's up 5.2. They're probably going to grind this towards the 200. I just have a feeling. Or grind it sideways and close. C3, trying at the 200. Two minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. Last minute. Good luck with your fills if anybody's making any. It's 15 seconds. FRCB to 75 cents. Good day. Good day. I'm gonna hang out for a few. Just want to make sure nothing goes off the rails. Wow, I'm mulling down after hours too. Wow. They are definitely pushing it underneath 10 cents, it looks like. Try to get to violate the 10-cent rule. Bitcoin getting a push. ARC is up another 4.7 after hours. SMX 4% after hours. SOXL showing me about 1% up. We're getting very bullish in after hours there on SOXL. Very, very bullish. Remember, SOXL is going to be like NVIDIA, AMD, MU, like all those type of companies. It's at 3 times. Go ahead, get up there. 13's on the 48 there for Bitcoin. Bear with me here. I'm doing something. Okay. Done. What are you doing, Coinbase? Let's see. Sitting at 23 million in volume at the moment. Bitcoin just underneath the 1348. I could certainly carry us higher. SOXL trying to push. I hope it does. Coinbase to the 2. Sorry, I gotta respond to tweets real quick, guys. 1 second. Hold on a second. My thoughts exactly. It had interesting price action under 2. Okay. See, anything popping or no? MCLD is up another 9% here in after hours. SLS, about 5%. ARC, same thing. Oh, XRP hard down. No mas. Who's buddy? Who's my buddy? Oh. Wait, are they having a space? Or are they on YouTube? Chad, before you leave, it's on YouTube or it's a space? Alright, watch this. You ready? Okay. I have it. We'll be listening to it too. In fact, what I'll do is I'll even pull up their ticker. Even though I don't really support them all that much. Trying to hop off resistance with C3 AI. 13 through the 48. Bitcoin trying to twist there. Trying to hold on to 30,000. Dollar strength, just off 103. Mullen on after hours. Bitcoin. Love to put in a bottom there. Finger up 2% after hours. MAD up 2.4 after hours. And McLeod up 9 after hours. Give me 1 second here. Let me let Bell out. I will have that that GNS call though live. Give me a second. One second. There we go. So trying to push Coinbase up. We see Ask slid up. Bitcoin's RSI is a 37. It tried taking that trend, didn't like it. Again, trust the blue line. This means nothing.
So following the close of the US cash equities markets, just going to give you guys a quick market wrap of the session today. So Wall Street traders took Powell's hawkish signals in stride, with bond yields dropping. Stocks fluctuated in one of the last few days of a quarter that saw a blistering artificial intelligence rally.
Heck
So
yeah.
the slide in chip makers offset gains in other tech groups, with Nvidia slumping on concerns over an eventual US tightening in chip export restrictions. So giants Tesla and Google's parent Alphabet gained. Swap markets as well, they bet on further tightening. The bets on further tightening from them barely budged after Fed chief downplayed the odds of a recession, while signalling officials could hike for 2 straight meetings if needed. So with the Fed set to disclose the results of its stress test tomorrow, traders took a more cautious stance on the financial industry. So while analysts don't expect any huge negative surprises, a gauge of banks fell. Several executives have recently tempered shareholder expectations regarding dividend increases and stock buybacks, which had been the focus of investors in previous years.
Joby slightly up after hours. I'll come back to this. Go EV's trying to work its way up. Bitcoin down to a support resistance line. And Matt. Okay. The blue line didn't move. Notice that. Always follow the blue line. Big volume. C3 hard down. Real hard down to view up. Ouch. What was I doing again? Oh yeah, I know what I was doing. Wrong button. Or wrong keyboard. Oh wait. Somebody's messaging me here on Twitter. One of the fam. Give me a second.
At 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US bank stress test results.
Wait, what time did you just say? I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Did anyone hear that? $4:30. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's Great. Great. We might have some market reaction at 4:30 then. See. I don't like C3 on view up. We climb the ladder there. Wow, that's spy rip. Okay. Oh, no, never mind. It just seems bigger than what it is. Bitcoin is underneath the 48. Super trend towards the 48. Coinbase, ouch. Six minutes, okay. Just underneath 48 there on Bitcoin, trying back. AI. Snap. Snap. Interesting move. Hard down. Came right back. Remember, Snapchat has a lot of gaps above 1221. There's 3 upside gaps. One is like a little bit out of reach, but there's 2 that are pretty close to the current price that I definitely think that we could fill relatively soon.
At 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US bank stress test results.
How bad Mullen looks. Wow. Wow. I mean, that's almost like, if it wasn't so close to 10 cents, where I think that they're going to try to push it down below the 10-cent rule, it might be due for technical retrace. Lucky, please. Bitcoin, looking for a handle? BTX down 11.8 after hours. That's the one that ran like 250% yesterday, though. San slightly down after hours as well. I mean, we're close to a 1348 there on Bitcoin if we get some positive price action. 200's right there, but it's Optisonic R. I just want to see what happens after the results from the stress test come in. That should be good. And I can't wait to hear what GNS has to say. Woo! Should be fun.
Shortly expecting the results of the US bank stress test results.
Okay, so basically I want to hear the stress test results, and then I'm going to mute it as soon as he, like, does it. Usually Roger's, like, I don't know, like a minute or two late. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to listen to what he has to say, and then I'm going to go ahead and immediately mute that for Roger. Still waiting on him, by the way. Don't worry. Bitcoin, give me a handle, please.
Largest banks resilient to rising rates under exploratory market shock, the Fed says.
I'm just going to mute him and listen to Roger.
You're live. Thank you very much, Suraj, and welcome everyone to our June investor meeting with Genius Group. I am Roger Hamilton, the CEO, and as we said back in February, we were going to be running these monthly. The one time that we actually had a shift was in the last month because we had a shift in our 20F and our financials, and so we ran that as a as an investment session. Push live and under our group. It sounds like I have an echo going on here as well. So first of all, if I could ask everyone who is watching, because we have got investors who are pre-IPO who have been with us for many years. We have new investors with us as well. Wherever you are in the world, please do post in the comment a hello and whatever city or country you are in right now as well, because we do have a very global audience. And at the same time, we do have Flora who's going to be coming on later on the Q&A, and she already has got some questions that you have submitted that we're going to be answering. And in addition, we also have got a opportunity that if you have questions that you want to ask, you can post them in the chat as well. We are going to continue with this process of updating everybody on YouTube as we go forward as well.
I'm going to ask a question.
Great to see we have people from UK, from all over the US in here as well, from California, from Texas, from Quebec, from Canada, Iceland as well, all over. So really good to see everyone here. And I know there'll be others watching the recording when Asia wakes up in the morning as well. So we are going to basically break down everything that I'm going to share into two parts. And these are all the updates that we want to be sharing for investors after the first half of the year, as we come up to the first half of the year right now. I am going to share my screen as we go as well. So let me first of all start with the table of contents of what we're going to be covering on this call. And the key two main themes that I want to be sharing with everybody as well as we go through this call. So first of all, here's a disclaimer, forward-looking statements, non-IFRS financial measures. So please do pause and read this if you would like any clarity on what we're going to cover. And this is the agenda.
They don't answer my question.
There's 9 items. The first half, which is our mission, our market, our Genie AI launch, our Metaversity launch, a new entrepreneur scholarship that we are very excited by, together with the acquisitions progress. And those first 5 are all around business as usual and the growth of Genius Group, you know, in the midst of all of the news that we made earlier in the year, talking about the market manipulation, the issues where we saw as it was happening, the legal actions we are taking. We are a business which is growing rapidly, that is achieving some incredible things within the education space. And now that we have the lawyers and we have also the regulators and everyone that is watching the company going through their process, we are busy building the business. And one of the most important messages that I want to give to everybody is I'm very focused at the long term and the long-term growth of what we're doing within the education market. We're going through huge changes with AI, with the Metaversity, especially with what happened recently with Apple's announcement. And what's really important is that all our investors, before we had our IPO, were 100% focused at the success of our business and what we were doing to make a difference in education. So I'm going to be covering that because I think that's one of the most important things. It's what our team is focused at every day. It's what our 4 million plus students around the world is focused at. And it's what all of our 10,000, 12,000 plus partners and faculty members are focused at as well. However, I am also going to cover in the second half updates on a number of different areas that I know that a lot of the investors that we have and that we've attracted this year are wanting to have updates on as well. I'm going to be giving updates on exactly what's happening on the financial side, on the legal side, and on the spin-off side as well, with some specifics of where things have moved and where they are heading moving forward as well. I also want to say just on that, that I know that everyone is looking for action immediately. If anyone was to refer back to the very first interview that I did in January when we started sharing more publicly about our business with everyone, that interview was with John Berta, and John Berta shared the story that he went through, first of all with Torchlight, how that became Meta, and then MMTLP, and that was over a year's journey that he went through, and what happened to his company, what happened to the stock price, what happened to the investors. We basically said, look, that is a template that we want to be able to follow, and we really are on schedule following that right now as well. There may have been 1 or 2 delays in some areas. I'm going to explain those. There are also some things that have moved faster. So I'm going to be sharing all of that on this call as well. So without further ado, I'm going to jump right into this and run through the 2 sections that we're going to be covering. For all of you who are interested in the growth of our core business and what we're doing, this first half, you may have questions. Please do, like I said, post them in the chat and Flora will pick them up. And then in the second half, we are going to be covering as I mentioned, other corporate actions that we are taking as well. So first of all, let's just start with the mission and market for anyone who is newer to our investment community. When we started the business, and this was now, 8 years ago, and we basically had a big goal to get to 100 million students. Is that if we just grow by 50% a year, we'll achieve that by 2030. And we started on a journey. And every year we have been either achieving or exceeding the targets that we have set so that we can create a full education system that is going to be alternative to the current education system that we're in at all ages, whether you're primary, high school, whether you're university, or whether you're an adult. We totally believe that the education system that we have today is already being upgraded. I am very sure that for many of you who are watching here, you yourself have been learning things either by reading books or by watching YouTube or by following certain people on Twitter. Same if you have kids, you're probably going to find that they have learned an awful lot more through social media or through their friends and through thought leaders that are out there who may not be part of the current accredited education system. So what happens when we bring the top influencers, the top thought leaders, and we bring them into a decentralized education system, which allows all of us to not only get the education, but to get the funding for that education and to get the accreditation for the education as well. And most importantly, to do it in a way that we're learning financial literacy, we're learning entrepreneur skills, and we're learning investor skills as well. What makes us stand out within the different education companies that are out there is that we are going for the full lifelong learning pie. And the reason this is so important is I'm very sure many of you have done your research already. If you have not, I highly recommend that you take some time on the due diligence looking at our company, Genius Group, and how we compare to other edtech companies that are out there. At the time when we had our IPO, or when we started applying for the IPO, there weren't that many edtech companies that were global and that were building a platform that was attracting millions of students. In the year before we listed in 2022, in 2021, there were 3 major IPOs that took place. Those 3 were Duolingo, which is all focused at language. There was Coursera, and there was also Udemy. And if you just do comparables, as I'm sure some of you have, on those companies, what their growth rates are, I'm sure you'll see that our growth rate is over double the growth rate that's averaged within others in the industry. If you look at their burn rate, you'll see that our burn rate is much, much lower. And if you look at the multiple that they all have in terms of valuation compared to ours on revenues, then I'm very sure you'll see why we got to such a level of concern earlier this year. And that concern has not gone away because we are at a fraction of the multiples of the others, despite having a faster growth rate, despite having a lower burn rate. But we're going to continue on this pathway because we see such an incredible opportunity for us to actually cover the entire lifelong learning pie. We have got over 50% of the entire lifelong learning $10 trillion market, which is K-12. So if you have any kids up to high school level, then over half of all of the revenues are actually coming in for that space. And generally, the government tends to fund a lot of that. 25%, which is the next big chunk, is all universities and colleges. And all of this, the 75, 80% here, is all accredited and largely government funded. And then all the lifelong learning, if you've ever done any learning, read any best-selling book, which has actually taught you something around life skills, around financial literacy, that is basically this small 8% here. Corporate is only 6%, and then 8% is also the pre-K. And the reason this is so important is until the IPO, everything we were doing was focusing at the small 8%. It was actually working with thought leaders, with best-selling authors, and seeing like teachers that had millions of students that were being attracted to them, but they weren't part of the core curriculum. And so we're now expanding this out in such a way that we can now bring influencers, thought leaders into our university programs, having purchased a university in California, and then eventually into our primary and high school programs as well, which means that if you know of anybody that is already an influential thought leader that you believe everyone should be learning from, well, that's exactly the platform that we're providing for them as well. We do believe that in the future, if there is at least 1 or 2 companies that do a really good job of disrupting this entire lifelong learning industry, there is no reason that there can't be $1 trillion business that comes out of education in the coming decade. And of course, we have our own ambitions around how we want to grow. We also want to just make a really big point here, because if you have not been on our Genius U platform, I highly recommend it. Our Genie AI that we launched the beta version of last month has got incredible usage now, because it is the first AI which enables any student and any faculty to be able to come onto the platform. And just by taking some of the assessments to find out what are your passions, what are your purpose, you can now actually have the Genie work together with you to guide you on the clear steps, the best person to connect with, the best thing to learn, the best way to earn, the best actions to take, and the best things to review. So that clear pathway, which is connect, learn, earn, act, review, is learning through doing, which is the total opposite of what tends to happen in academic learning, where you're needing to know in order to do. In the case of entrepreneurs, we need to do in order to know. And this basically allows you to gamify and measure your progress as you're moving forward as well. I know some of our investors have signed up for our Investor Masters, which is taking place in the next month. That's a perfect example of where everyone's building their portfolios, learning from top mentors, and then having a competition, effectively gamifying the process so that they're sharing all the best portfolios that they have and the ways that they're actually out there making a difference through their investment dollars. And these are the kind of programs that we're seeing launch at scale. So on the one hand, we have the AI side that we already had predicted and had prepared for during our IPO accreditation and during our IPO prospectus. And we also had a second part to this as well. So while our AI is already growing rapidly in usage, we also have got our AR side. And we launched this days before Apple had their Vision Pro launch, where we had our Impact Investor Summit. And this was done in the metaverse, where we all had an opportunity to be connecting with each other, going to different areas within the investor campus. And as a result of that, making connections as well as finding the right opportunities and hearing from some incredible speakers. We are now extending this in partnership with Vatum, who are one of the leaders within building out Unity-based virtual worlds. And we're now extending this into 4 campuses: our entrepreneur campus, our investor campus, our university campus, and our school campus. And the reason that this is so important is that at the time when Apple comes out with its Vision Pro in early 2023, which is the current schedule, as well as at the time that we're going to see other platforms start to accelerate because of Apple's entry into the market, we have already positioned ourselves with our development teams, with our partnerships, to be one of the premier metaversities that people can join straight away and create a global classroom where they connect to others immediately. This is a perfect example. Right now, we're here on YouTube and you're having a conversation on the chat, as you can see, with people from all over the world. When you can physically connect with people in one-to-one conversations while there is a talk going on stage, when you can get into groups around different subject matter or around different mentors, the ability for us to replicate what already happens in a classroom, but now at a global scale, and then be able to go on tours of different companies to be able to actually be there alongside CEOs or alongside designers or alongside developers as they're actually going through their best work. This is what's going to become a norm in the next couple of years. And that's where most of us are going to do our learning. And that's what we're going to be ensuring that we are on the front edge of as we move forward as well. So I do know that these things that we are doing sometimes get lost in the news, but it's what we are extremely excited by. And we're attracting some of the best in the industry to come and work with us on these areas as well. And the third thing I want to share is how does this all relate to basically our university programs and some things that we actually have announced in the last couple of months. Some of you might have been watching online on YouTube or on Twitter, the likes of Peter Diamandis, who set up the X Prize, and together with Salim Ismail has recently launched a book, which is called Exponential Organizations. How do you actually design a business that can really scale using AI, using the latest technologies? We have now packaged up, because both of them are in our faculty, and we've packaged up a program which is our entrepreneur certification. That entrepreneur certification, any adult and any student can actually take that certification. It goes through a full year. We have now launched that certification, and tomorrow we have got our partner conference where we have partners from all over the world that are not just promoting that certification, but actually turning it into different localized languages, from Japanese to Chinese all the way through to different dialects in India. And so this then reaches people all over the world. And at the same time, we're saying to our students at our university, while others may pay for this, you're going to get it for free. We believe every entrepreneur should be taught from an early age that they can evolve and grow their own business. We are rapidly moving to a world in which more people work in the gig economy, which means they have at least a second job, than do having full-time employment. We're going to go over 50% in the US in the next 2 years. And so as a result, everyone needs financial literacy skills. Everyone needs to have smarter ways to navigate through the current downturn. So the entrepreneur certificate is something that is free to students that want to take part and actually go through that certificate alongside entrepreneurs and investors. But more than that, we're also saying if you actually take that entrepreneur certificate, you also are going to get a sponsorship and a scholarship towards your degree program. So whatever is your vocational certification or your degree that you're taking within our California Business School, you're now going to, at the same time, get a scholarship, which could be anywhere up to $5,000, $8,000 towards your actual degree program as well. I believe that we are the first to be doing this, where we are putting such an emphasis on entrepreneurship. This $1 million entrepreneur scholarship, because that's the amount that we're going to be giving away in scholarships, this is something which we are launching tonight. You're going to see that there is press that's coming out about this as well. And we believe that this is going to be really well received by high schools and by educators and students all over the world that want to understand how to build an AI-based business, which allows them to be able to scale and even be earning money while they're going through their degree program. These 6 Ds here are 6 Ds that are part of a digital disruption framework that Peter Diamandis put together, where every different industry, whether it is starting off with mobile or now starting off with AI, it starts with the digitization of the industry, then the deception phase where things tend to kind of drop before they start moving up again. Then when things actually take hold and you get into the disruption phase, where you start to see that the incumbents are now starting to break down their models, then to the dematerialization phase, which means effectively, just like it happened with music, just like it happened with media, the old formats then start disappearing and everything goes down to the scale of the individual. And then that then leads to demonetization, where you can actually start really actually accessing all the information for free. And finally to the democratizing, where everyone can be part of it as well. This is now happening with AI. I believe it's also happening with the blockchain, right? You all know that we actually did announce back in March that we are dual listed now on the Upstream Exchange, which is a blockchain-based exchange. So we are both listed on the New York Stock Exchange and also on the Upstream Exchange as well. And I'm very sure if you go and look at our share price between the two of them, you see a very, very big delta between them. And this year, in terms of these 6 steps, we believe we're going to be seeing exactly the same in the education market, where those who actually are democratizing education are the ones that are going to be leading the future as well. So this is something I do want everyone who is here, if you do believe that this is a good initiative, one that you can actually share with others within your communities, I do highly recommend it. It is impossible to be here as an investor without needing to have self-taught yourself, because we do not learn investment strategies at school. Frankly, we don't even learn them for most of us at university level. And some of us go all the way through our lives not learning them either, or learning the hard way. We now have got communities on social media where people are sharing information with each other. We have communities that now are taking place globally, where if we can actually start building the very, very best learning and bring it into our schools and our universities, then we can start formalizing this in such a way that all of us can know that we're really making sure that we're prepared for all of the best strategies as we're moving forward into a very, very uncertain age. So this is the $1 Million Entrepreneur Scholarship that we're very excited by. And finally, that moves us on to how our organic growth now connects up with our acquisition strategy. We have said in the past, and we're saying it again here, that when we are looking at 50% growth, we're expecting 20% plus to come from our organic side. And then we're expecting the remainder to come from our acquisitions. One thing that we shared back in March was that while we were starting with smaller acquisitions, those acquisitions have now in two forms, extended. So we're not just thinking about the technology side, but we're also thinking about the media side as well. So we have the tech and we have the media. And on top of that, we also are looking at this in terms of larger size acquisitions, which means that we're actually looking at all of the listed companies on stock markets all over the world, and where there is a really good fit, where we can bring in either accredited content or we can bring in great technology, including technology in the AI and AR space. I'm now spending a lot of my time as a CEO in conversations with potential acquisitions, and we have not yet this year announced any completed acquisitions because we are ensuring that we're actually making the right decisions on the right ones as we go forward as well. Now, on this, I do want to say one thing for everyone as well, and I did say to our lawyers, I was going to clarify this on this session as well, because of course in March, I put out a tweet about Troika, and I said that we had put in an offer, which was a non-binding offer into Troika, and then that tweet got deleted. And I know there's been conversation around, was it even correct? Was it even truthful? What did it even happen? So I do want to make it really clear here that there is nothing that I post on social media or on Twitter that is not truthful. What I posted was after having conversations with our board and having conversations also with Jefferies, who are the investment bank that's representing Troika, them understanding and knowing that I was going to be posting that tweet. However, off the back of that, when we got queries from the NYSE, who basically asked, in terms of the timing of the tweet during the hours of trade, that we need to go out there and actually provide the right documentation across that as well. We then said, okay, we would do that. And Troika's lawyers then came to us and said they would prefer that we keep it all confidential, and we do have an NDA. And the NDA still remains today. So I do want to say that out of an abundance of caution, even though it wasn't asked, we did delete those tweets so that we were respecting the process. But I want to make it clear that anything that I do post, I am posting where there is always a balance of what I want to be able to share with our shareholders, with the public, but also what needs to be done in a way that's going to be legal. And for many of you, especially with this call, you're going to see that I'm always going to be navigating that pathway of giving as much information as I can at the same time as ensuring that the lawyers and the process that we're following is all compliant with the different regulators that are out there as well, especially given the situation that we're in, where we are in the spotlight as a company. So where does that lead us in terms of how do we go about doing acquisitions? It's quite simple for a company to do that if it has a buoyant share price, a buoyant volume. What happens if a company, any company, has a challenge with that, and how do we go about thinking about this as we move forward as well? So one thing that I do want to share is that we are a group of companies. The reason that this is extremely important is because as a public company, the company, frankly, is going to be worth whatever the share price is multiplied by the number of shares, regardless of what happens underlying the company. And obviously, everyone who does their due diligence on a company will know what the value is or what they believe the value is versus what the price of the company is as well. But how do you do acquisitions, or how do you even consider acquisitions in a situation if a company is at a much, much lower market cap than what it could be in terms of the value of the acquisitions? Well, there's a number of different ways. The first one is doing a spin-off. So for example, with Entrepreneur Resorts, we obviously have the ability to do acquisitions within Entrepreneur Resorts at the time of the spin-off or after the spin-off as well. We've been very public about the fact that Entrepreneur Resorts is a public listed company on the Seychelles Stock Exchange, on Merge, and it currently has, based on the last transacted price, a $37 million valuation. So what that means is we can be doing acquisitions at that price, and when we do the spin-off, that $37 million is distributed to all the shareholders. Now, obviously, anyone who looks at the maths can see Genius Group as a whole is actually, or has been in recent days, worth less than the entire value of the actual dividend, right? The actual spin-off. But that's, again, just the factor of where we are with our share price. But that doesn't stop us from actually doing acquisitions, which can include shares within Entrepreneur Resorts, which is at that 37 million valuation. Genius U, which is our edtech company, we have got a whole series of different opportunities, which we already have been sharing around the technology side. Genius U is the last transacted price in terms of private offering that was made sometime before the IPO was at $250 million. What that means is that we can do share acquisitions, right, where we're actually doing a share swap at that $250 million valuation, despite the fact that Genius Group as a holding company, which owns over 90% of Genius U, is worth a fraction of that. And similarly with our university, that also has got a multiple, which brings the value of all of these in the last transacted at over 300 million, where we also are able to do acquisitions as well. So the reason I want to share that is because it's too easy to discount a company that might have a low share price to say, well, it can't really do much in terms of acquisitions. That really isn't the case. And we're really thinking about this from the point of view of what's the true value that not just we see, but also other acquirees, other companies see of actually coming in and being part of our group. And that's a very different conversation from what shareholders might see as the value of a GNS share itself at this point. So that is basically part of our strategy. And I want to explain that so that when you do hear in the future of any acquisition announcements, then it makes a lot more sense how it's possible that we are doing them at the scale that we are doing them. So I do want to share that as a really important part going forward. And hopefully that would make sense as we see acquisitions be presented to the public in the future. I do want to also share because, again, these are things that will occur that would not normally occur within a private company or in a company that has not had some of the challenges that we have had as well. What would normally happen when you acquire companies, and we obviously had between all the acquisitions that we put together, between $50 and $100 million worth of acquisitions at the time of the IPO. And of course, they all then appear on our balance sheet because we pay for those acquisitions, whether in shares or in cash, and they will appear on our balance sheet as assets and as goodwill. When you get to the end of the year, the way that the SEC requires all public companies to be able to represent their balance sheet is that they will do a check. Our auditors would do a check against what shows up on our balance sheet versus what is the shares and the actual capital value, the market cap of the company at the end of the audit period. So obviously at the end of December, we had a very deflated share price. It was down at under 40 cents. And that gave the entire company a valuation of less than $10 million, which was far, 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 far lower than what was on our balance sheet. And so as a result of that, our auditors then had to figure out how, together with ourselves, they were going to audit the books where our balance sheet, frankly, was just far too big for that market cap. And the end result was that we had to go through every single one of those different acquisitions and reconcile to a lower balance sheet. This was not a simple thing. It was not as simple as our audit team doing this. It actually escalated from the audit team through to the regional team, through to the national team. And the result of all of that time taken was that we missed our filing date while it was going through that process. If it was as simple as the auditors basically telling us what was right or wrong about the audit, life would have been easy. But as a result of the complexity of that and trying to fit basically everything that we had into a very small market cap, we ended up with a massive write-down of that goodwill, which you can see already from our 20F. But that also resulted in a delay in the audit, which clearly was extremely frustrating for all of us, including for our investors. But that really explains why that happened. It was a direct factor to the fact that we had such a low share price, which obviously is what we have been very vocal about and looking to rectify. And that really brings me to the second half of this session, where I can go through what actions we said we're going to take, what actions are actually happening, and the timing of those actions as well. After I've shared this, then we will go to the Q&A. And from there, again, if you have any questions on any of these, then more than happy for us to answer those questions to the best of our abilities right now as well. So first of all, the most important item out of all the items, and I said this right back in December and January to our board and then to the investors as well. We also took a huge amount of advice in early January. This was also something which John Berta, I'm quoting him again because he was the first to really kind of put me onto the different steps that could be taken. And our lawyers as well were very aware of what were other actions that were taken by other companies that had experienced a similar situation to us. And the most important thing is to get a share count of genuine investors. Who are those investors? If there are any counterfeit shares that are in the market, forcing those counterfeit shares in order for them to be covered. This all takes place in really only one way. And that one way is that there is a distribution, effectively as a dividend, of something which is non-fungible, which means it can't be cash, it can't be something that someone can just create. It has to be delivered by the company itself. And that would either happen because of a merger and a change in the shareholding structure, or it happens as a result of a spin-off. We already were considering spinning off our entrepreneur resource company. We did believe it was going to take a good 6 months to make it happen. The reason it takes that long is because we are a Singapore company, and it requires basically full accounts, a submission to the court in Singapore, court approval of a capital reduction, where they're basically checking over all of our balance sheets and ensuring that a capital reduction, actually makes sense. And then from there, it then basically gets the NYC nod, and then you're able to then put all the pieces in place. So we have been working very hard towards that. We have a large legal team that's been working on this as well. And I can tell you that we are at the point right now where we are submitting the court order generally. And again, this all depends on the Singapore courts, but generally it's within a month that they actually give approval. If that does take place as planned, then we're able to accelerate the actual process by which we then can announce a date where there is going to be a count of all of our shares, where all the brokers are then required to be able to provide a full listing of who the shareholders are and how many shares they have. When we're talking about early Q3, mid Q3, and end Q3, frankly, Q3 only has 3 months, July, August, and September. So our goals is to actually achieve all of this in July. We are about to move into July right now. Our goal is to achieve all this in August. It does not mean it will happen in August, because again, if there's any delay in the court process, then there will be a delay here as well. But we're giving you our management goals of what we want to achieve, which means that the actual count and making sure that we actually have everything then directly in the hands of our investors, our bona fide investors. This will all happen, within this quarter. That's our goal. And then from there, there's then basically the crediting of those shares, where everyone will then have shares not only in Genius Group, but you will also have these shares that are in Entrepreneur Resorts. And Entrepreneur Resorts is already, as we've mentioned in the past, they already are a public listed company on the Merged Stock Exchange. Many of you know that the Upstream Exchange, which is the blockchain-based exchange where we are dual listed on Genius Group, they have a partnership with Merge. So it's a very straightforward process for us to be able to move from the main board, which is where we are for Entrepreneur Resource right now, which is not quite as technologically advanced as Upstream Exchange, and really transition from there to Upstream Exchange, with the intention that from there, we'll be looking for a more liquid exchange for the future, where we can be listing. And that's something we're going to keep all of our investors up to date with, while we're also going to have our own growth and acquisition strategy for Entrepreneur Resource moving forward as well. So that gives you a very clear idea that when we started the second quarter, which was in end of March, beginning of April, I was very clear this was not going to happen in the second quarter. Second quarter is now finishing. We're now getting to third quarter, right? And our goal is that and right now everything's lined up for this to happen in third quarter. And if there's any delay, it will not be a long delay. So we will keep you updated on these steps as we go forward as well. But we are extremely happy that we're at a point where we've got all the right pieces in place to now make this for this to take place, so that we then are able to take care of all of our investors. And at the same time, Entrepreneur Resource will then have its own hospitality team. It already has a very strong board, which will be introducing to all of our investors
No investor
as a
relations
separate
team,
company, and also its own strategy of growing our Genius Cafes and Genius Resorts around the world as well. Just to give everyone a bit of an idea of the way that this company interacts with Genius Group, we have got our resorts in Bali, in South Africa, our cafes in Bali and also in Singapore. We have licenses in other countries, including in Japan, in Greece, for launching more of these cafes as well. They effectively work as co-working, co-learning, virtual campuses that you can actually be learning from. And we have programs. One of the programs called iLab, where we actually teach all about entrepreneurship and AI, which is hosted at our different locations. And then they are all promoted within our Genius U platform. So people all around the world will come and join people who want to come and join those different programs. We have one that's coming up in August, for example, where we then have got a whole group coming out to Bali I will be there in Bali at the beginning of August as well. That's my birthday, right? And we'll be actually celebrating that with many of our current partners, customers, and investors that are coming and joining us on that as well. So there's going to be an ongoing synergy that takes place between Entrepreneur Resource, even post spin-off, to the rest of Genius Group as well. And every investor will have a choice whether or not they want to keep shares in both companies or whether they want to exit one of the companies and remain with the other. And that basically is the choice we will then have. So that is the Entrepreneur Resource spin-off. And then that then leads me to the legal actions. On the legal actions, I do want to explain again the process of the steps that take place within this. I know also that Wes Christian is going to be doing a Twitter Spaces where he is going to be sharing also this process, which he's now working together with multiple companies on as well. But to give you an idea of what the steps on that process are, the very first step before Christian Levine will even pick on a client that believes that there is any legal trading activities taking place, is that they will measure and they will track. They will work with a partner like Share Intel to do that. That's phase one. We have completed phase one. We completed that back in December, which is why we actually announced legal action starting in January. Phase two is then a phase of discovery, which is basically going through all of the data crunching, is going through all the numbers, and is identifying individual companies to actually take legal action against. Plus, most importantly, is putting a damages model together where that damages model is presented to management, and it shows the extent to which the legal action will then be pursuing damages. We are completing that second phase right now. We have already authorized Wes Christian and his company to already be basically taking phase three based on what we already have been provided with. I would love to tell you all the details of exactly what those damages are, but I've been advised not at this point to share that with you. So in due course, we'll be able to share that when action is currently taken. And that kind of leads us to phase three, which we're about to enter now. Phase three is where the preparation for the actual legal case is then prepared and then filed. That process usually takes, on average, 2 to 3 months, which means you can expect something on September on that basis. But don't hold me to that because, again, things can move, a month, 2 months, based on what the additional work is that requires to be done. But this basically is the third phase. And most importantly, the fourth phase, which is the actual then court case and the ongoing steps within the court case. All of Wes Christian's experiences is that in these cases, they tend to lead to settlement, and those settlements can happen anywhere from months to years after the actual court case comes about. So this is not a short action. This is not something that suddenly gets completed in 2023. This is why I said at the very beginning, like we are doing this for the long term of Genius Group. We're doing this to protect all our investors, and we'll continue in whatever form to protect our investors as best we can. But we're always going to focus at the long term. And now that we have gone so far down the line with our lawyers on this, we as a management team, and myself included, have been focusing much more at the growth of the business because that's what all our investors want, and frankly, all our students and our partners want as well, while the lawyers do their job as well. And so I am going to be managing my communication and as much as possible sharing the updates around the company. And of course, supporting the lawyers everywhere I can and supporting other CEOs and other companies that also are in a path where they are looking for the long-term benefit of their shareholders as well. But that's where we are at the moment. Things have been moving rapidly from the scale of how the legal side goes and very well from that side. But I know in the world of social media, it can seem an age. But plenty has actually moved forward in the 6 months really since we first of all went public with the actions we're taking back in January. So that's the legal actions, and that leads us to the Q&A. So this is where we can be answering questions. I hope that from what I have shared, as much as I can share, that everyone here can see there has been progress in these different areas. And at the same time, everyone now has a bit more understanding about what our core business is about and what we're doing to make a difference in the world today. Education is the most important thing, and including our retail investors and our investors, anything that I can be doing to support the education of our experiences in the market. This is going to be a big part of our mission moving forward as well. And with that, Flora, how about we come over to yourself to go through some of the questions that we have there and any new ones that might have shown up as well. Hi, Flora.
Hello, everyone. So we did receive some questions back a couple of days ago. So I'm going to go through those, and then I'm going to go through the ones that were on the chat. So some investors were asking about the company's cash position and whether there was a need to fundraise in the future. So we released our annual report in June. And as of December 2022, we had 5.7 million in cash and 11.1 million in restricted cash. And the company is currently exploring different options for growth, and fundraising is one of those options. Other questions were about Markham. So Markham, our auditor, was charged by the SEC for widespread quality control deficiencies. And there were questions on whether how this is affecting, GNS and whether our financials will be re-audited. So no, the Genius Group financials will not be re-audited. And whether it would be in the best interest of the company to hire another auditor. So this is something that we're currently exploring, but we have not made a decision to date. Other questions were about how many shares are currently outstanding. So we filed an S8 a couple of days ago, and in the S8, we announced that we had 50.9 shares outstanding. There were a couple of questions on the expected date on the spin-off and whether the dates on the EGM notice were still valid. As Roger explained earlier, those dates were not fixed, and we're aiming to do things in Q3. In terms of the exact date for the share count, the process, how shareholders going to have to do all of those details will come out later once we actually further on into the process. Then on the call, a couple of investors have asked, for example, whether we could get a slide that would show the difference between our competitors and GNS, with like burn rate, student growth, etc. So this is not something that Genius Group provides. However, there's a lot of different, investment sort of platforms that has a wide range of different information, and you can easily access those information on those platforms. And they're not necessarily, paid platforms, so you can find them on free ones. Questions were also on the Genius Group website and whether it was available in Spanish. So the website itself is not available in Spanish. However, we have a lot of courses that can be found in multiple languages, such as Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, Thai, French, Polish, and Czech. And also, if we want to have more courses in different languages, we're looking for partners as well, to translate more of those courses in different languages. So you can easily reach out to our team if you want to do that. And then there was a lot of questions on, acquisitions, naked shorts, synthetic shares, whether the board has bought shares, etc. All of those questions, unfortunately, are things that we cannot answer, and therefore we'll have to wait for those answers in the future. That's it.
That's great. Thank you very much, Flora. And thank you, everyone, for coming and joining us. We're going to keep on giving you updates as we go. Clearly, with this month being the month that we are having the court review in Singapore, it does mean that by next month we are going to have an update for you. And if we get news beforehand and we already are ready to take action, then of course you're going to hear from us on that as well. But we are basically right in action on these areas, and similarly the same will happen on any legal actions. You'll be hearing about that as we update as well. So we're going to continue with these monthly calls. We'll be doing one in July. We'll be doing one in August. Please do come and join us on those as well. And again, thank you very much for being investors and for supporting Genius Group on this journey. This is a long-term journey, and we are really looking forward to a fantastic second half of 2023. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you, Flora. And we will be connecting up again, either on GeniusU, in Genius Motiversity, or on social media. Thanks a lot.
All right. That was actually kind of comical. They I don't know. They have a lot going for them, but all I can say is there's a but. Like, don't know. As far as TRKA goes, what's today? Today is Wednesday. I want to see what happens to it on Friday. As far as that goes. Just because of the T+2. Ooh, AI. Trying to twist back. Okay. See you. Go across on AI. And what's up with Coinbase real quick? Yeah, I just actually took we listened to the Genius call here. They didn't answer my question. They didn't answer my question. I think my firsthand experience, I don't know if I could say this. Let me think of how I could phrase this. I think it could be great, like, just because the float is so small, and it is undervalued. But there is clearly a naked short problem. I think that there's going to be some sweet trades back and forth, but at the same time, I like other things more. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm definitely not. I'm far from it. Far from it, bud. But I thought that some of the things that he said didn't make sense with my experience. And it was just kind of like confusing. Because he's saying one thing but then doing another thing. And I didn't like that. I don't know, just my opinion, just me BSing, but it is what it is. GNS down 2% after hours, 78 cents. It's not that I was confused, it was... I don't know. In my experience, I felt like it was misrepresented. And they refused to answer me when it comes to my investor relation emails, which that should be a problem. Like, why is that okay that they could just ignore my investor relations emails? Especially when they're valid questions. You know, like, I don't know. All a guy wants is a little bit of communication, you know what I mean? Oh, what are we doing? Hopefully C3 just busts. That'd be ideal. Alright, one last look at TRKA, then I think I'm gonna pop off. Let's see. TRKA. Okay. Tapped the 200. Spun off. Alright. Alright, guys. I'm gonna hop off. I'll be on tomorrow. Much love. Appreciate y'all. Later, guys.